Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was Animagus of Death Eaters? Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Harry lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, having just gotten back from platform 9 3/4. Uncle Vernon had gone into a tantrum once they'd begun to drive home, furious that those freaks had the nerve to threaten him. Petunia just nodded, her thoughts clearly elsewhere, while Dudley listened to his father rant at Harry with obvious delight. A spring dug into Harry's back, so he readjusted himself, thoughts dwelling on past events. It was his fault that Sirius had died, his fault that Voldemort had been able to feed him lies, bait that Voldemort knew Harry would take, and Harry had. The result, Harry's godfather had died, and a prophecy saying Harry would either become the boy who died, or the boy who killed. Neither suited him, since he didn't want to be dead, or a murderer. Hedwig hooted softly, drawing Harry's out of his thoughts. Sorry girl, I was thinking. Did you need something? His snowy owl glided from her perch on his windowsill to his desk, where his quills, parchment and ink were. She clearly wanted to deliver something. Harry smiled, something he hadn't done since well before the Department of Mysteries. We just got back, and you're bored already? He asked. She looked at him reproachfully. All right, I'll send something in a few days, and in the meantime, you can go out flying whenever you want. How's that sound? In response, she flew back to the windowsill, and pecked at the glass. Harry obeyed her unspoken command, and opened the window for her. With a hoot of thanks, Hedwig soared out into the dimming sky. Potter, Vernon shouted from downstairs. With a sigh, Harry picked himself up off the uncomfortable bed, and trudged silently down the stairs, where his relatives were waiting for him. Yes sir, Harry replied, looking at his uncle. If Vernon was surprised by the lack of sarcasm, he didn't show it. About time you got down here, Vernon began, and pulled out a piece of paper from his back pocket. Handing it to Harry. This is the list of chores that need to be done by the end of the summer. You won't get dinner if you fail to complete 5 of those each day. Understood. Looking at the rather long list, Harry answered, yes sir. Should I start today? Even Dudley looked surprised at this. Dursley Sr. recovered quickly. You had better. The extremely large man growled. And so the days went by, Harry doing his chores right after making breakfast, and not stopping until dinner. He wrote a letter to his friends in the order saying everything was fine every 3 days. 2 weeks into the summer, it was ridiculous to call it vacation, or break, since he didn't enjoy it. Several owls appeared with letters in Harry's bedroom. The first was Hedwig, who carried 2 letters. And the second was an important-looking owl, holding a letter that bore the Ministry of Magic crest. He opened Hedwig's letters before the Ministry one. The first was from Ron and Hermione, who were both at headquarters for the time being. They told him that they were studying for next year, bookwork only since they couldn't do practical magic, and about their owl results. Ron got 6, Hermione got 11. Harry was glad that his friends were having a good time. Even if it was without him, he didn't want a repeat of last year. Putting that letter aside, Harry opened the second, which was from Lupin. Harry, I want you to know that Sirius' death is not your fault. Harry shut the letter. It was his fault. Why couldn't anyone understand that? Angrily, Harry opened his final letter. Dear Mr. Potter, we have enclosed your 5th year owl results. Below, for every A, E, or O, you receive 1 owl. For every D or T, you receive none. Transfiguration. E charms. E. Defense against the dark arts. O plus care of magical creatures. O potions. O. Astronomy. A herbology. E divination. D history of magic. T. Congratulations, you have received 8 owls out of a possible 9. Note. An O plus is worth 2 owls. Amelia Bones. Harry smiled as he read his score for potions. Snape would have to take him into the Newt Potions class. As Harry gave both the Ministry Owl and Hedwig some treats and water, Harry noticed another letter enclosed in the owl results envelope. Curiously, Harry opened it. It was from Dumbledore. Dear Harry, I understand if you are upset with me, for withholding informat. On from you concerning the prophecy, like hell I am, Harry muttered. But I ask that you look past an old man's mistakes. Sirius, death was not your fault, and I hope you realize this. You stand against many things, Harry. And for many things as well, and dwelling on Sirius' death is not wise. I congratulate you on your OWL results, and am pleased to tell you that you have been enrolled in Newt-level potions. Defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, charms, and care of magical creatures. You certainly will be busy this year. Harry rolled his eyes. I am going to take this opportunity to tell you that in 2 weeks' time, a member of the Order shall come and escort you to headquarters. Please try to be ready by then. Have a good while at your relative's house, and I will see you soon. Albus Dumbledore. Harry scoffed at the last paragraph. That was Dumbledore, always making the decisions for him, always telling him what to do. Not this year, Harry promised. I run my own life. A new rebellious feeling arose in him, and Harry began to plan his remaining days at Privet Drive. Each afternoon, while the Dursleys were out, Harry went for a jog around the block for 2 hours. Sometime, he heard wheezes coming from the air around him, alerting Harry that there was always someone watching him. This only strengthened his resolve to be free of the Order. After his jog, Harry took a quick shower, cleaned the bathroom up, and finished his chores. When the Dursleys came home, he went up to his room and studied magic, and wrote letters when he needed to. Late one night, the day before, someone from the Order was supposed to come and get him. Harry snuck out the back door while hidden underneath his invisibility cloak, along with his trunk. He traveled a few blocks down, careful not to make any noise, and hid his trunk in a clump of bushes near the park. Then he snuck back to Privet Drive, praying that it wasn't going to be Moody picking him up. He fell asleep quickly, and didn't have a single dream. Harry woke at dawn, and was surprisingly awake. He glanced outside, and saw a flash of movement in the Dursleys' bushes mundungus. Harry got dressed, and put his wand in his back pocket, covering it with his shirt. Harry went about his daily chores, working until lunch, and when he heard the crack of an apparating wizard, Harry dropped the shears he was using, and dashed up to his room, where his invisibility cloak waited. Putting it on, Harry went out through the window, dropping silently onto the small shade cover below, then jumped just as quietly down to the ground. Harry saw an annoyed-looking Snape walk up the driveway. I hope Dumbledore gives you hell for loosing me, Harry thought savagely, and sprinted to the park. Harry took of the cloak, and put on a baggy black sweatshirt he'd borrowed from one of Dudley's friends who'd left it at the house, and also a dark blue ski cap to cover his hair and scar. He then made sure no one was nearby, and summoned the night bus. His freedom started now. He told Stan, who was still on the night bus, that his name was Mark, and was then dropped off at the Leaky Cauldron. Once he'd explained to the curious Stan that he'd gone over to a friend's house, Harry went to the back of the Leaky Cauldron, and tapped the brick wall with his wand, revealing Diagon Alley. There weren't many people, but he supposed it was too early in the summer for anyone to do their shopping. So his first stop was Gringotts. He pulled the ski cap further down over his scar and hair, then went inside. Luckily, no one who might recognize him was there. I'd like to access my bank account, please, Harry told the head goblin, showing the banker his key. Right away, Mr. Potter, the goblin replied, and waved another baker up. As RRY and his escort approached the cart area, Harry looked closer at the goblin. Is your name Griphook? The goblin stiffened in surprise. Yes, sir, it is. Harry smiled. I thought I recognized you. Why? Oh, you took Hagrid and I down to my vault about 5 years ago. Griphook's face twitched, and they got in a cart. Harry whooped with joy as the cart plummeted. He'd never been on a roller coaster before, but he guessed that this was just like it. Their journey came to a stop, and Griphook opened Harry's vault. Nothing had changed, but Harry hadn't really expected it to. Griphook, if you don't mind me asking, why did you seem, well, surprised when I recognized you? Harry asked, turning back to the goblin. Griphook didn't meet the young wizard's eyes. Not often does a warlock recognize a goblin. To most, we look alike. It is even rarer for a goblin to be recognized by both sight and name. Harry didn't think that was fair, To him the goblins looked quite different, mostly in the face. "Thank you for telling me," Harry said. Giving a small smile, Harry went into the vault, and put about 100 galleons in the bag, along with some sickles and nuts. He was hoping to buy a place to live. "Mr. Potter, sir," Griphook began. "Just Harry, please," he said kindly. Griphook nodded. "Mr. Harry, I was wondering if you knew of your 2 other family vaults." Harry froze, and set the money bag down, turning to look at Griphook. "No, I only know of this one." The goblin cast a cautious look outside, then began to speak in a quieter voice. "The Potter family vault is further down. You may not touch the money there until you come of age, but there are other things inside the vault. The second family vault is the Black family vault. Mr. Dumbledore activated the late Sirius Black's will. Mr. Black left the vault to you and a Mr. Remus Lupin. You and Mr. Lupin also split ownership of the Black Mansion and the Black House, both of which, I'm sorry to say, have not been found." Harry took a few moments to think about this. Had Dumbledore planned to tell Harry of this? Why hadn't the headmaster ever told him about the Potter vault? Yes, he couldn't touch the wealth, but it's not like he needed it. Smiling at Griphook, Harry sat down on a pile of money. "Griphook, could you take me to those vaults, without having to alert someone?" The goblin nodded. "Only if you withdraw more than 1,000 galleons would your financial advisor be alerted." Harry stiffened. "Does my financial advisor work at Gringotts?" Griphook shook his head. "No, but I may not mention names." Harry nodded. "I understand. Well, I'd like to go see the other 2 vaults, is that all right?" "Yes, Mr. Harry, please, follow me." The cart dove deeper into the grounds of Gringotts. The air became so damp Harry cool. Feel the moisture on his face as they rushed downwards. He saw Griphook smirk a little in amusement when Harry put his hands in the air. Finally, the cart leveled off, slowing down as it passed several family vaults. Not Avery, Snape, Malfoy, and Zoller were several of the many. Funny, all but Zoller, or Death Eater families, Harry thought with grim humor. The cart stopped between the 2 vaults labeled Black and Potter. Harry noticed with distaste that the Snape vault was right next to the Potter vault. "Wonderful," Harry thought sarcastically. "Snape's reminded of me every time he comes down here, how touching." Griphook helped Harry out of the cart, and instructed him to place both hands on the Potter door. "Potter, Harry James," the goblin announced, and the 2 15-foot iron doors slowly creaked open. Testimony to the fact that they hadn't been opened in a long while. Harry barely kept his jaw from dropping as he looked at the contents. The vault was 10 times that of his regular one, and filled with hills of galleons, sickles and nuts. But that wasn't all. Chests overflowing with priceless jewels and weapons were everywhere, as were several suits of armor that would put the ones at Hogwarts to shame. An entire wall was concealed by bookcases that were jam-packed with different volumes. Hermione would faint on the spot, Harry thought, and continued his observations. Tapestries of still life scenes like a waterfall, a griffin in mid-flight, and a night sky, lay on top the piles of money. Non-moving pictures were also seen, but what caught Harry's eye was A.R. Ed tapestry with golden letters titling, "The Potter Family Tree." Harry immediately thanked Griphook for bringing him down here, then walked carefully over to the tapestry. "I'll be here all day if I try to finish looking at it," Harry realized, after gazing at the tree, and seeing how many names there were. Calling some moisture into his mouth, Harry returned to his escort. "Do you mind if I look at the Black Vault? And then decide what to do?" Harry asked. Griphook openly smiled, which came out as a large smirk. "Not at all, Mr. Harry. The Potter Vault magically sealed itself, and the Black V.A. Ult opened after they repeated the process, only this time," Griphook said. Potter, James Harry, heir of the Black family. If Harry hadn't seen the Potter Vault first, he would have dropped dead at the sight of the Black Fortune. There were no bookcases or treasure chests, only galleons. The piles of nuts as high as Harry's waist looked like smears of dirt among the massive amounts of gold galleons and silver sickles. One thing that seemed out of place though, was a small wooden box in the corner. Cautious, yet curious, Harry went over to it. Instead of the Black family crest, Harry was Sir Prize to find a shield containing a dog, a rat, a stag, and a wolf, encircling the letter M engraved on the top. Harry rested a palm against the crest, and was startled when a silver light flashed, and the box opened silently. Inside were several letters. The first one Harry opened had a dark blue wax seal with a dog and the letters SB on it. Dear Harry, obviously you've inherited the Black family fortune, which means I'm dead. I don't know how long it'll be till you find this, but I'm writing it during the summer before your 5th year at Hogwarts. The box you found this in is the Marauder's keepsake secret box. We originally put our plans for our next month's adventure, our pranks we were intending to pull in here, but I figured it should be used for a new purpose. Lately I've been trying to convince Dumbledore to let you stay with me, but he's being stubborn. In my annoyed state I happened to come across some information and things Dumbledore probably wasn't going to discuss with you. If he does, before you read this, tell him I apologize for not trusting him. If he doesn't, please, read on. Remus is named your guardian after me, but I doubt Albus has even told Remus either of you that. Another thing is that Dumbledore has yet to reveal James's and Lily's will to you. It's in the envelope with prongs on the seal. Dumbledore's also been hiding the Potter family vault from you, in case you didn't notice. It's right next to the Black Vault. But enough with the sneaky, serious stuff, time for the fun news. Dumbledore might be watching your regular vault and the Potter vault, but not this one. And you know what that means. Spoil yourself. Buy some new clothes, books, games, whatever you want. Try to give Remus some. I doubt he'll want to take it, but if he resists too much, tell him. The Marauders take care of their own. He'll get it. I hear there's a new broom line coming out. See if you can get any news about it, and wipe the smirk off Malfoy's face. I think the inventor made a different broom for each position on the Quidditch team too. Another thing you'll find in this box is a vial containing a red liquid, and no, it's not blood, it's a podio. And that will terminate all wards on you and any wand you use that alert the Ministry of you're using magic either out of school or underage. It's bloody useful, I'm telling you. It doesn't hurt, and tastes pretty good, if I do say so myself. The last fun thing I gotta tell you about it, the Black Mansion. It's already unplottable, and has an everlasting Fidelius charm, which is controlled by the youngest Black family member or heir. It was me, now it's you. You might not like the decor, Merlin knows I didn't, but with the help of a certain potion cough cough you should be able to change that easy. To find the mansion, just think of me. Well, I hope everything works out, Harry. I love you, and miss you like hell. Keep you chin up, your spirits high, and dip you nose occasionally in mischief grin, but most of all, live Harry. And keep living. Your godfather and friend, Padfoot, a.k.a. Sirius Black. Harry bit back tears and some laughs after he read it, then closed the box, and turned back to Griphook, who had been waiting silently. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Griphook, Harry said. I'll just take this box and some money, then I'd like to go back up. Griphook nodded. Take all the time you need, Mr. Harry, he answered. So Harry got another money bag from the cart, and filled it halfway with sickles, a few nuts, and a fair amount of galleons. Hey, Griphook, Harry began once they'd gotten back into the cart. I remember you once said that there's one speed only, is that true? Catching what Harry really meant, Griphook smirked mischievously, and the cart took off, 5 times faster than before. Harry left Gringotts, with a promise to Griphook that he would return soon. Harry had left his trunk underneath his invisibility cloak behind a plant in the Gringotts lobby, but he waited to retrieve it. He had other things to do, like find Black Manor. Although it hurt to think about Sirius, Harry pictured the best memories only, excluding all others. Harry remembered the night Sirius offered him a home in his 3rd year, riding on Buckbeak the night of Sirius' escape, the visits in Hogsmeade, the jokes shared about various things, the look on the Dursleys' faces whenever Sirius was mentioned. And the times Sirius understood him when no one else did. Suddenly, a new picture appeared in Harry's mind. A large, white mansion in an oak forest near a lake. Harry felt something tug his middle. At first he resisted, but then a large black dog appeared at the house, and Harry gave into the unknown force. The wind seemed to pick him up in a whirl, but there was no sound, and nothing to be seen but white. Empty space. With a jerk, Harry opened his eyes to find himself standing before the house he'd seen earlier. He'd found Black Mansion. Wow, Harry thought, this is perfect. Grinning recklessly, Harry wondered how he was supposed to return to Diagon Alley. Realizing that Sirius' letter was still in his hand, Harry glimpsed a page he'd missed. Harry, to get back from the manor, think of something. Or someone, that was or is at the place you want to return to. This only works to and from the manor. Padfoot. Sighing with relief, Harry thought of Gringotts, and the wind picked him up once more. Then left him outside the bank. Harry got his trunk and cloak, then reappeared at Black Manor, dropped the trunk and box off. He didn't stay to explore the house just yet, and returned to Gringotts. Quickly he found Griphook once more, and inquired about something that would allow him to take a large amount of money from the Black Vault, without having to carry it all around. Griphook took Harry to see a bank teller for his problem. He showed Harry to an office, and then stepped outside, leaving Harry with an elderly-looking goblin. "How may I help you, sir?" the goblin asked. "Well, mister." Harry glanced at the nameplate on the desk. "Slenvog, I had asked Mr. Griphook, who's been incredibly helpful lately, if there was some sort of thing that would allow me to access one of my vaults without having to carry all the money around, or physically come to Gringotts." Slenvog's eyes were slightly cautious. "Tell me, sir, which vault is yours?" Harry removed the ski cap, and showed Slenvog the key for his regular vault. "I am currently in the possession of 3 vaults. I was inquiring about this for the Black Vault, which was left to me by the late Sirius Black, last heir of the Black family." The banker's eyes widened. "Forgive me, Mr. Potter, for my assumptions." Harry smiled. "It's all right. I don't blame you, Mr. Slenvog. I'm just trying to keep a low profile these days." "Very wise, sir," the goblin agreed, "and I believe we do offer something for people like you. There is a fee, of course, but it is only one, fairly low payment." "And what's that?" Harry asked. "Ah, the payment is 1,000 galleons, Mr. Potter, and it can be paid monthly in smaller increments of hundreds." Harry thought about it. "And how does it work, Mr. Slenvog?" The goblin's eyes lit up. "It is quite simple. All you do is key the bag to your voice, then connect it directly to the vault of your choice, in this case, the Black Vault. When you are ready to purchase something, all you do is speak the amount you want, and it will appear in the bag." So far so good, Harry thought. "What does it look like, if I may ask?" Slenvog nodded. "It is the size of a normal money bag, and comes in various shades of green, black, blue and red. It has an anti-weight change spell, so it will always be feather light. The maximum it can carry at one time is 10,000 galleons. If you do not use the money called for within 2 minutes, the money is automatically reinserted into your vault, with a fee of 2 galleons. Saves you a lot of trouble if you get attacked while shopping or something," Harry thought. "I'll take it, Mr. Slenvog." It took about 15 minutes to finalize all the privacy and ownership paperwork, and then Harry left with a black money bag tucked into his sweatshirt pocket. Harry found out from Griphook, who congratulated him on a wise choice, that items could be transferred from the vault to the bag, but only if he placed an auto-enlargement charm on the bag, or shrunk the item while in the vault. Harry thanked Griphook immensely, and left Gringotts, ready for a day of shopping, before the Order started a full-out search. Little did he kn how that Snape was reporting his absence at that very moment. "What?" Molly Weasley shrieked once Severus had said his first sentence after arriving at headquarters. "He's gone," Severus repeated irritably. "The Muggles said he was out back doing his chores. When I went to get him, he was gone." At that moment, Albus Dumbledore's head appeared in the fireplace. "How did it go, Severus?" he asked. Severus suppressed the annoyed tone that had been in his voice earlier. "It didn't go at all, Headmaster." Albus raised an eyebrow. "How so?" Severus sat down in an armchair, aware that every single person at Grimmauld Place save Lupin was in the room. "I apparated to the Muggles' house, and went to get Pot Harry." He hated saying the brat's first name, but Dumbledore frowned whenever Severus called him boy or Potter. "Vernon Dursley told me he was out in the backyard, trimming the bushes. I went to get him, but he was gone. I checked his room, Severus didn't mention how poor in quality it was, but nothing was there. His trunk, his owl, his clothes, everything was gone. He took a breath, and went on. Mundungus had seen Harry, weeding the front yard, and painting the house earlier. But everything else was as it should have been. I checked for Harry all over the neighborhood, he was not there. Upon returning to the house, I noticed Harry's window open, and a dirt footprint on the small platform below. 2 more footprints were in the dirt below that. It would seem Potter ran away when he heard me coming. Severus doubted the frown Dumbledore wore now was from his saying, "Potter." "Did Arbella see anything?" the headmaster asked. Severus shook his head, only when Potter jogged around the neighborhood in the afternoons. Albus sighed, "Very well. At least we know he left of his own accord. Molly, would you see if Remus knows anything about Harry, where he might have gone?" She nodded, doubting the drunken werewolf was in any mood or condition to talk. He'd been in a right state since Sirius died. "Thank you, Molly," Dumbledore said. "I believe it is time to set up a search for Harry. Usual guard groups, if you please. Do try to stay safe, and bring Harry back." Troublesome brat of a Gryffindor, Severus thought to himself with a scowl. Coming up, Harry's school-related rebellion, the exploration of Black Manor, the riddle of the Chimera. Then the 4 founders return. A.N. My apologies for this being so short, of course, the others will be longer. Shoppin' Spree. Chapter 5. Harry's first stop was at Madame Malkin's robe shop. He kept the ski cap on, and waited patiently while he was measured. Malkin herself chatted constantly while the magic measuring tape checked Harry's measurements. Once the tape was done, she asked him what kind of robes he needed. "Well, I'd like a few practical robes, maybe in dark blue, or dark green. And I need some more black robes, I've grown out of my others," Harry told her. Instantly, he found 7 selections in blue and green hovering in the air before him. He had to take of the sweatshirt to try them on, and luckily he was wearing a decent shirt, decent meaning it sort of fit him, and wasn't too grubby. He chose 1 robe in navy blue, and 2 in green, 1 forest green, the other so dark it was nearly black. Malkin dismissed the others, then summoned 5 plain black robes. Harry nodded. "Those look good. Is there some type of anti-stain feature I could get on those?" Seeing her questioning look, he smiled and explained, "My brother's an awful mess in potions, and I normally sit next to him in class." She smiled back, "Of course. In fact, we have a potion repellent feature that can be added for only a galleon per robe. It works on most potions, except illegal, and those not taught in school." Harry nodded. "Could you add that to 3 of the black robes?" "Of course. Might I interest you in some dress robes? We're having a sale, 20 to 30% off." While his chosen robes folded themselves into a bag, Harry thought about it. "All right, I guess a pair would be all right." Malkin smiled happily, and asked him what colors. Harry asked for black, and a green or blue one. The woman hustled off to find some, and soon returned with 2. The first was black silk, and sleeveless, but had an inch of silver trim along the bottom, the 2 armholes, the neckline, and were it buttoned together. Somehow, it glowed, even though there was no direct light on it. The second was like the first, but it had sleeves that widened at the wrists, and it was in emerald green, and had copper trim. The trim was in the same places, and also in a wavy pattern. Harry was impressed. "These are perfect, I'll take both." She rang up his choices, and Harry finally used his money bag, withdrawing 20 galleons. Since the dress robes had actually been 30% off, Harry thanked Malkin, and since he was such a nice boy, she put a shrinking spell on his bag. It could easily fit into his back pocket, and would return to normal size in an hour and a half. He thanked her a last time, and then left. The next place Harry went was Flourish and Blott's bookstore. He grabbed a basket spelled to be feather light as long as only up to 100 books were placed in it. Like anyone would ever buy that many books in one go, Harry laughed. Well, maybe Hermione would. He first went to the Transfiguration section, and got 3 books on Animagi, including 2 that told how to become one, and the third on how to recognize them in both animal and human forms. He got 2 advanced Transfiguration books, and 1 on Transfiguration theory. Harry left that section, then went to the herbology area. The first book he saw was about jobs that went well with herbology, thinking of Neville. He put it in the basket. Harry picked up 2 advanced herbology books, then left for the charms section. Again, he picked up 2 advanced and 1 theory, then he selected 3 more on helpful little charms. Healing spells, and charms that aren't quite hexes. Satisfied, he went to care of magical creatures. Harry got some books on the more dangerous types, since those were what Hagrid normally based his lessons on, 2 on more friendly creatures, and 1 on extremely rare, both dangerous and helpful, magical creatures. Harry traveled to the potions section right after. Here was where Harry bought the most. Because of Snape's horrible teaching skills, Harry found it necessary to buy 3 basic potions manuals, 2 normal, 2 owl level just in case, and 2 advanced. He also selected a book on the harder to find ingredients used in potions. Finally, Harry went to the area where he knew he'd be the longest defense against the dark arts. Harry lost himself among the many titles. It seemed that, with Voldemort alive once more, the number of books had swelled beyond belief. Harry's first stop was Occlumency, another thing Snape was incapable of teaching. He wasn't going to let Snape get to him this year. He wasn't going to let Malfoy bother him either, or Voldemort get into his mind. So with 2 on basics, and 1 advanced, Harry was set. He picked up 1 defensive and 1 offensive book, thinking of the books in the Potter Vault, as there were many of them in there, 2 more for his classes, and 1 titled, So You Want to Be an Auror. Feeling complete, Harry went to the self-serve counter. Knowing he'd selected about 40 books, he snatched a book on Quidditch tactics that was on sale near the counter, and he didn't want too many questions asked. He purchased 10 books first, sliding the money into the magic jar, then waited a few minutes, and bought 20. He did this a 3rd time, and bought the last 10. The bags he carried had an auto-lightening charm on them which activated whenever more than 5 books were purchased, so he carried them easily. Harry had purchased them at separate intervals because he didn't want to arouse suspicion of whoever checked the money at the self-checkout, just in case it showed how many and what books had been purchased at a certain time. Knowing he couldn't carry many more things, Harry slipped head down an alley and allowed himself to be teleported, as he called it, to Black Manor. Again, Harry didn't bother to explore just yet, and so he dropped off the books and now unshrunken robes, then returned to the alley. Harry's stomach was beginning to growl, so he went to a small deli he'd never noticed before next to the Ollery. He bought himself a turkey sandwich, and sat outside, enjoying his newly found freedom. After finishing the butterbeer he'd also ordered, Harry stretched, thinking of where to go next. Well, I've got to practice potions if I plan to wipe the smirk off Snape's face, he thought. So I guess more ingredients in another cauldron or 2 so I can brew more than 1 potion at a time. With that decided, Harry set off for the apothecary. He bought 2 more pewter cauldrons for his siblings, a silver cauldron for his aunt, who was a healer, and replenished his standard kit, and filled up on everything he might need for Newt class. The store clerk suggested that Mark Sean, as Harry introduced himself, buy a set of tools made especially for preparing potions. Some of the items included in the set were a bronze scale, a stainless cutting board, several bottles, a ladle, and 10 different knives. And it's only 10 galleons, just for you, the store clerk exclaimed, half off the regular price. So Mark agreed to it, and asked the clerk to hold on to his purchases for half an hour. The clerk agreed, and put the items behind the counter. Harry went to the Ollery next, not to get a new owl. He'd told Hedwig to meet him in 2 days at the Leaky Cauldron, but to get Hedwig a new cage, a perch, and some treats. 10 minutes later, he emerged with a shrunken mahogany perch, a brass cage, and a bag of treats, all which he took to Black Manor after picking up his potion supplies. Setting the items down, he looked at the doors. It was time to explore. The Chimera Room. Chapter 6. Harry set all his purchases in one corner right next to the door, and then looked at the entry hall. The floor was dark green marble, with smears or speckles of gray. The walls were dove gray, with black trim at the top and bottom. A massive black staircase was dead ahead, leading to the 2nd and 3rd levels of the house. 2 hallways on the ground floor went in opposite directions. I have a feeling I'm going to get lost in here, Harry mused. So before he went to explore, he reopened the Marauder's box. He found the vial Sirius had mentioned, and downed its contents. It tingled while it slid down his throat, and was extremely cold. Harry got goose bumps as the potion spread through his body, fizzing like soda pop all the while. The feeling of ice water running through his veins slowly wore off. The process had only taken about 1 minute, and Harry felt something float away from him already. Must have worked, Harry thought with a grin. Wait till Dumbledore finds out, if ever. Harry found an envelope with Moony on the white seal, and the 2 letters, R.L. Inside was a letter from Lupin, and it was much shorter than Sirius. Nevertheless, Harry read it. Dear Harry, Sirius told me about his plans for our old box, so I now find myself writing this letter. I don't know how I'll take Sirius' death, so I won't talk about it. Instead, I'm going to tell you about the Marauder's map. We made it in our 3rd year, and I must say I'm rather proud of it. Accompanied by this letter is a piece of parchment already spelled for making another map. So all you have to do is come up with closing and opening phrases, key it to your wand, and walk around through the area you want to map. Try to find every hall, every door, and every room. It'll help. As for adding people, well, picture them in your mind, then speak their name. If someone you don't know comes into the area you've mapped, they'll just appear. When you find a secret passageway, tap the spot on your map, then speak the password. If there is one, you'd need to open it. Quite simple if you ask me. I'm hoping you won't have to read this, and I can tell you in person. Hopefully, both Sirius and I, and you of course, will live long enough to talk about it. If not, I'm sorry for both our losses. Good luck, Harry, and have fun. Yours truly, Remus Lupin aka Moony. Harry closed the letter, and looked inside the envelope once more. Sure enough, there was a new piece of parchment. A bit smaller than Harry's other map. Harry sat on the ground, trying to think of some phrases that might work for the map. Just then, Harry remembered the sentence Sirius had asked him to pass on to Remus. The Marauders take care of their own. Single quote. One down, Harry thought, in memory of them. Harry continued to think about possible closing phrases. Eventually he came up with, once in a blue moon. Because of the adventures the Marauders had were on nights of the full moon. He unfolded the paper, tapped it with his wand and said, the Marauders take care of their own. Instantly, black lines began to appear on the parchment, forming the entryway Harry stood in. He was amused to see a black dot labeled, Talon, right where he was standing. The map must have given them their nicknames, he thought. But why am I called Talon? Shaking his head, Harry walked down the hallway to the left, new lines appearing on the map with every step. He didn't open any doors then, instead he touched them so as to mark them on his map. Then continued on, promising to finish all the hallways first. He came across several empty portraits, but blank with canvases. Several doors were very tempting, but Harry pressed on. It turned out that the ground floor was a square with an X in the middle, made by 2 hallways. All the ground was covered with the green marble, but Harry saw a change in color underneath one of the doors. Maybe it leads to a lower level, Harry thought as he marked it, then moved on. Upon returning to the entryway, Harry decided to go up the stairs to the 2nd level. Harry's suspicions, that each level was a different color floor, was proven correct as the floor was now a black marble. This floor was the same as the level below, but it didn't have the 2 diagonal hallways. It probably had more rooms. Back at the staircase, he climbed up to the final level. Its floors were a dark red, with speckles of gold. Interesting, Harry thought. If the red was brighter, the floor'd be in Gryffindor color. What was strangest about this floor though, was that it only had one, if very wide, hallway. 2 doors were on each side, and a large window took the place of a wall at the end of the hall. About to go downstairs to further explore the rooms on the ground floor, Harry stopped. Voices were coming from the 2nd door on the left. Wand out, Harry silently walked up to the wooden door. It had a brass knocker on it, in the shape of a creature Harry had never seen before. The animal had a snake's body and a bird's tail. 4 legs of a lion, ended in a badger's paws. The scaled markings were also like that of a badger, and it had a bird's black wings. The head was a lion's, and it had two extremely sharp fangs sliding down from its upper jaw. Above the door was a Latin inscription. "Those who pass all barriers, pass this." Harry read out loud. Whoa, where'd that come from? He thought. Nervously, but curiously, Harry touched the knocker with a finger, then opened the door. Coming up, the four founders. The room was about the size of Dudley's second bedroom, and only had 4 portraits on the walls. The floor was white marble, and the walls were also white. Harry gaped at the people in the pictures. "What's this?" A red-headed man with rather tan skin and about 30 years old said, "A boy." "No Gryffindor, I think it's a Thestral." The dry comment came from a pale, sneering, black-haired man with a goatee and dark green eyes. The blonde, curly-haired woman with a round, friendly face gave the two men an annoyed look. "Olive B. Salazar, ya know what E. meant." Salazar glared at her, but a second woman with tan skin and chestnut-colored hair looked at Harry with deep blue eyes. "Well, shall you explain?" she asked. Harry snapped back to reality, not wanting to seem stupid in front of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. "My name is Harry Potter, Miss Ravenclaw. I'm the heir of the Black family." "Ah, he's polite," the blonde exclaimed. "Must be a Hufflepuff." Godric rolled his eyes. "No way, if he's a Potter, he's my descendant." "So he's Gryffindor." Slytherin sneered at the other portraits. "If he's the heir to the Black family, he must be a pureblood, and so he's not necessarily a Slytherin," Rowena interrupted. "He seems sharp, just like all Ravenclaws should be." This led to a louder, angrier debate between the 4. "Man, EY must be getting real tired of each other," Harry thought. "Hold on a minute," he yelled. "Please." The portraits all stopped, looking at him. "Sure is brave," Godric began, but was silenced by the look on Ravenclaw's face. "Thank you," Harry said, voice returning to normal. "Now, like I said, my name's Harry, and yes, I'm a Gryffindor." Godric beamed, but the Sorting Hat did think of putting me in Slytherin because of some qualities I happen to inherit. Salazar raised an eyebrow. "Like what?" Harry thought about it. "Well, I have a more than slight tendency to get into trouble," Godric chuckled, "and well, I can speak Parseltongue." Harry finished in the hissing tone of snake language. "Not too bad," Salazar replied in the same way. Harry nodded. "Thanks." Rowena looked curiously at him. "So Harry, tell us a bit about yourself." "Wait," Godric interrupted. "What did you say?" "What did Slytherin say?" "None of your business," the green-eyed portrait replied haughtily. "Now let Ari talk," Helga demanded, and looked kindly at the 16-year-old. "Thanks," he told her. So Harry began to tell them about his life, from the death of his parents to his exploration of Black Manor. Ravenclaw complimented him on his quick thinking in the Triwizard Tournament, and Godric on Harry's making the house team at age 11. Helga enjoyed the fact that Harry was friends with a Muggle born, and was so loyal to his friends. Slytherin was a bit miffed of Harry's slaying the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets with Godric's sword. Gryffindor was certainly happy about it, but was on Harry's side when he told them about why he'd run from the Order and Dumbledore, and the mischief Harry got into. "So, that's my life in a nutshell," Harry finished, earning a chuckle from Helga. "So you will either have to kill Voldemort, or be killed yourself," Salazar clarified after a few moments of silence. Harry nodded. Unfortunately, Salazar's next question surprised all of them. "Does it bother you that Tom Riddle happens to be my heir?" Harry dropped his head a little. "Yes," he answered quietly. "I don't want to kill anyone, but he kills more for fun. In second year, he petrified all those people, just to try to get me. He killed my parents, just to kill me. Because of him, I've lost all my family. I'm sorry that Voldemort's your heir, but I can't let what happened to me happen to others." "Courageous," Godric said. "Loyal," Helga added. "Smart," Ravenclaw put in. "And will do anything to make ends meet," Salazar finished a bit smugly, startling Harry further. "Sir?" he asked, confused greatly. Salazar crossed his arms. "From the way you speak of Voldemort, I can tell he is no heir of mine. Tom Riddle is long dead, Voldemort replaced him. He is no longer of my blood either. In your 4th year, he took your blood, yes, but only a bit. the rest was the other man's, Wormtail, I believe you called him. Harry thought about it. I see. Slytherin nodded. Not only that, but those worthy of being in Slytherin House are now few in number. I must admit, your Professor Snape and Draco Malfoy do qualify in their attitude towards Gryffindors, Slytherin chuckled while Godric scowled at him. Harry snorted, knowing he was right. Hey, if you don't mind me asking, why, or how, did you get in here? And what does, those who pass all barriers, pass this mean? 3 of them looked at Rowena, who smiled and began to explain. Well, we're not quite sure how our portraits got from Hogwarts to here, but we have been here for, this is just an estimate, at least 700 years. Harry's eyes widened. That's a long time. They laughed. Quite so, Rowena agreed. As for the phrase, why do you ask? I found it written on the door above the knocker. Harry answered. Could you describe the knocker? She asked, tapping her chin in thought. Harry did, picturing the creature in his mind. When he finished, Ravenclaw smiled. I believe I know the answer. Slytherin rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath in Parseltongue. Ignoring him, she continued, think of the separate animals, Harry, then think of what was behind the door. A lion, a snake, a bird, and a badger, Harry thought. The 4 mascots of Hogwarts, all combined in one. Just tell us the answer already, the redhead grumbled to Ravenclaw. No, that would take all the fun out of it, Salazar replied sarcastically. I think I've got it, Harry said, stopping the argument before it began. The creature was made of your 4 mascots, the lion, the badger, the raven, and the serpent. Normally, those 4 animals wouldn't get along, but the knocker was a combination of all of them, just like when you 4 joined to make Hogwarts. So, what the inscription meant, I guess, was only the people who ignore the boundaries set by the 4 houses could enter this room. Rowena considered it for a moment. Close, but not quite. Godric let out a groan, making Helga smile. You're confining yourself. All boundaries, Harry. Harry thought about it again. Then it's talking about the people who ignore, or don't follow, the boundaries of the entire world. Like differences. Whether it's race, blood, background, talent or house, only those people can come in here. A bright flash of white light burst in the room, blinding both the portraits and Harry for a minute. When their sight cleared, Harry noticed that the portraits were full length, and a paper was lying on the ground. A scroll, Slytherin said. No, I think it's a rock, Godric said mockingly. Salazar glared at him, looking much like Snape. Ha ha, very funny. He spat, Godric only laughed. Sneering, he turned to look at Harry. Read it. Please, Helga reminded him. Salazar rolled his eyes. Please, he muttered. Biting back a grin, Harry picked up the parchment and read it out loud. Congratulations to you who have solved the riddle of the Chimera. The flash of light you experienced was the finishing of a spell left alone for a long time. 701 years to be exact, this paper keeps track. The spell allows more portraits to be put around the house, no doubt some have already appeared. You may use these to travel around the mansion, and other things as well. My apologies for the inconvenience of putting you 4 in the same room, but it was easiest. I encourage you to figure out the other part of the spell. And all I shall tell you is this, work together. Good luck. Signed, GB. Well, that's helpful, Helga stated. Why don't we try it out? We don't know where to go, Helga, Godric pointed out. Harry came up with an idea. Well, do you think you could follow me? He asked. They looked at each other. Most likely. Rowena answered. Well, I'm mapping the place so, if you follow me while I walk around, you'll know where the other portrait frames are. Godric smiled. Sounds good, led on Harry. So Harry left the room, and found the 4 waiting in a portrait on the other side of the hall. Harry entered the room right across from him. It had oaken flooring and white walls. Another large window took the place of the farthest wall. The room was bare except for a picture frame that had only Godric in it. The others couldn't fit, he explained. Harry nodded, and exited the room. The other 2 rooms on this floor were exactly like the one opposite the Founder's original room, but they didn't have the large window. Only smaller ones. Unlike the Chimera room, as Harry called it, The 3 rooms were huge, maybe 3 times the size of the Chimera room. The founders then followed Harry down to the 2nd level. The 2nd floor has 7 rooms in all, with portrait frames big enough to fit 2 of the founders at once. The 1st room was completely black. Floors, walls, everything was black. With a wave of his wand, Harry changed the wall color to relaxed blue, and the ceiling to white. Rowena was pleased with his choices, and promised to teach him how to enchant ceilings like the one at Hogwarts. Harry also changed the black curtains to white. He then moved on to the next room. It was just like the first. Are they all going to be black? He wondered, then changed the carpet and curtains to white. And the walls a golden yellow, the ceiling became cream-colored. The 3rd room Harry based on a dark red, and tan, and the 4th room green and gray. Harry grinned when he realized that he'd done the first 4 rooms in the colors of each of the 4 houses. The last 3 rooms Harry put in tile, which was a bit harder than carpet, but Godric helped him a bit. As he planned to make these into bathrooms, he'd silently decided that this would be the guest floor. Finally, Harry led the founders to the ground level, where Salazar complimented the green marble and gray walls. Their whole family except Sirius was in Slytherin house, Harry explained dryly. He was in Gryffindor. Godric laughed at the face Salazar made, and they continued their exploration of the rooms. Starting down the left hallway, Harry found an archway that led to the dining room. There was a handsome mahogany table that could seat 12 people in the padded chairs that surrounded it. Harry left that room alone and continued on. Helga popped into the next room before anyone else entered. At her squeal of delight, Godric and Salazar said in unison, "The kitchen," then looked horrified at having the same thought. While Harry and Rowena laughed. It was in fact the kitchen, and a large one at that. The floor was pine, and the walls plain white. Harry added a light blue trim before continuing his observation. A set of gray marble-topped counters lined the walls, stopping only for the huge icebox, the stove, the oven, and the various spice racks. "What's that?" Godric asked, pointing at the refrigerator. "It's a Muggle icebox," Harry explained. "The Black family probably magicked one so it wouldn't need electricity to run." He looked confused. "What's electricity? And how can it run? There's no legs." As you can see, Muggle studies was not Godric's strongest suit. Slytherin drawled in Parsletongue. Harry grinned. "Did the Muggles have electricity in your time?" He hissed back. Slytherin thought about it, then asked Rowena. Godric was having it explained to him by Helga. "I believe they had just invented something, a bulb of light or something of the kind," Rowena answered. Salazar nodded. "Oh, that was the light bulb. But wait, that wasn't until after the medieval period. How do you know about that?" Harry asked. Salazar raised an eyebrow. "You have to be dead to have a portrait, you know." Harry blushed. "Oh, sorry." They finally dragged Helga out of the kitchen. Harry had to threaten to leave her behind and went into the first diagonal hallway. There were no torches, and no windows. So the hall was rather dark. With another transfiguration spell that Helga suggested, Harry was able to conjure several globes that shone with a bright, steady light. Only 4 were needed to illuminate the 2 halls. The rooms in these hallways were small. 3 were broom closets and held cleaning supplies, another was the laundry area, and the last 2 were pantries storing non-perishable food items, and, to Harry's delight, Quidditch equipment, balls included. With these rooms searched, they made their way back to the entryway, and went on past the kitchen. The next room could be entered through another arch. It was the living room. There was a massive fireplace made of red brick, and it had an oaken mantel. It was about 5.5 feet tall, so it could easily be used to travel by flow powder. "I'll have to connect it somehow without the Ministry finding out," Harry thought. There were 2 couches, and 3 armchairs, and one of the couches sat in front of the fireplace. The armchairs and the remaining couch all faced each other, with a glass-topped coffee table in the middle of them. Harry changed the walls from dark brown to a blue that wasn't quite dark, and not quite bright. The rug that was underneath the furniture Harry changed to a plush, dark green one that went well with the walls. He left the furniture with its black leather, but, at the suggestion and help of Helga, made the stitching silver. Finished, Harry asked what the founders thought so far. "I like it," Godric replied first. "Wonderful color," Rowena said. "Any color's better than that borin," "White we add," Helga said cheerfully. Right before they left, Harry added one of those light globes to brighten it up a bit. The last room before the door Harry supposed led to the basement was smaller than Dudley's second bedroom, but it wasn't small enough for a closet. Harry spotted 3 miniature beds, and 3 small chairs around an equally small table. There was a wardrobe that was shorter than Harry, tucked into a corner. "Children's room perhaps," Rowena suggested as she and Salazar looked in from the frame. Harry shrugged. "Maybe, but I don't think so." Regripping his wand, Harry went over to the wardrobe and opened it. The only contents was a black tea towel, bearing the letter B in white, ornate lettering. It was the house elves' room, he confirmed. "I wonder why they left," Salazar said. "Well, there's plenty of reasons based on the information Harry gave us," Rowena began, then launched into an enormous lesson on house elves as they continued on. Harry was surprised that Slytherin didn't complain, though Godric certainly did. Finally Harry made it to the basement door. The spiral staircase down was a mix between Ochre and the blue marble he'd seen earlier, confirming what he'd thought. The air got cooler as he went down, and Harry created a light globe whenever one was needed, then stuck it to the wall. He finally reached the bottom, and found all 4 founders in separate frames, waiting for him. It was a small corridor, and had 4 doors. Harry entered the first door on the right, and conjured 2 light globes to illuminate the room. Several tables lined up next to each other on the back wall, burners for cauldrons were on top. The 2 side walls were covered by shelves, which in turn were covered with neatly organized containers, ingredients. A sink near the tables gave out what Salazar recognized as a neutralizing potion that would counteract most potions' effects, instead of regular water. There was a nice wooden desk in the middle of the room, and a comfortable chair with it. Several quills and blank pieces of parchment were already on it. Interesting, Harry thought, and checked out the closet adjoining the lab. Its walls were also lined with shelves, half-supported cauldrons made of pewter, silver, copper, brass and even gold. The others displayed carefully packaged items which were labeled basilisk fangs, dragon heartstrings, unicorn's hair, phoenix feathers. This box was empty, and griffin talons. "What are they for though?" Harry asked himself. "Wands," Rowena answered. Harry looked around sharply. "Up here boy," Helga called. Harry looked up, and found a frame hosting the 2 women. "Oh, hello," he said, "I didn't see that one up there." "Don't worry, Ari, always remember to look everywhere is all," Helga replied cheerfully. "So, these things could be used to make wands?" Harry asked. They nodded. "I might have to stop by Ollivander's," Harry thought, then exited both the pantry and the potions lab. Harry continued to the next door on the right, conjuring another light globe. His eyes widened at the number of books he found. There were about 7 15-foot bookshelves crammed full of volumes. And it bore a strong resemblance to the restricted section in the library at Hogwarts. Harry bet that some of the books were definitely about darker topics. "Merlin, am I going to have a lot of books?" Harry thought. He left the light in there, and left. Strangely, there had been no frames in the stone room. He and Godric entered the next room, which took 2 light globes to illuminate fully. Gryffindor whistled, and Harry just stared. This room was the armory. The room was about 2 times the size of the elves' room above, and was more organized than the library. Each weapon was on a rack, and each shield was hung on the wall. Upon further inspection, the rolled-up pieces of parchment next to each item was a sketch of the weapon or shield enlisted. And special properties it had. Most of them did. Harry also found 3 holsters, 2 for wands and 1 for a dagger. The wand holsters were made of black dragon hide, and prevented both the wands and holsters from being summoned or stolen. The dagger sheath, as Godric corrected him, was made of basilisk hide. It was also black, and had some smears of poisonous-looking green. Much like the basilisk Harry had killed in his second year. The sheath kept the blade from being summoned or stolen as well, but it also had other features. It would automatically sharpen any blade put in it, it prevented the weapon from breaking. And was element-proof. The best part, in Harry's opinion, was that with a snap of your fingers, the weapon in the sheath would appear in your hand. Harry strapped one of the wand holsters to his arm. picked up a dagger that had nothing special about it, then put it in the sheath, then strapped the sheath to his arm as well, hiding both under the sleeves of his sweatshirt. After that, he left to check out the final room. It was here that Harry encountered the only locked door besides the Chimera room, even though he wasn't sure it had been locked. The iron door resisted. Alohomora, curses, and everything else Harry tried. Sighing in disappointment, Harry left it alone and returned to the ground level. Harry looked at the finished map with satisfaction. Every room was complete. He'd added the 4 founders on it as well, and noticed that they never left the walls. With all that done, he touched the map with his wand and said, "Once in a blue moon." The map was wiped blank. Looking out the window next to the main door, Harry noticed that it was a little after sunset. Weird, he thought, didn't know I'd been exploring that long. He was getting tired though, from all the decorating. Yawning quietly, Harry walked up the staircase to the top floor. He'd decided that the room with the huge window would be his bedroom. Using the last bit of his energy, Harry conjured up a small cot and fell asleep on it. Hedwig and Mark. Chapter 9. The sunlight woke Harry the next morning as it streamed through the window at dawn. With a sleepy, content yawn, Harry got up and stretched. Ready for his second day at Black Manor. The first thing he did was to go downstairs and get his purchases from the previous afternoon. He levitated his trunk and new robes up to his room, then took his books to the room next to his. He planned to make it his library study. The potion supplies Harry took down to the dungeons, and Hedwig's possessions he put in his room. While walking back down the stairs, Harry remembered that he was supposed to meet Hedwig outside the leaky cauldron today. I wonder if Dobby would come work for me, Harry wondered as he shrunk the bookshelves in the dungeon. But how would he trick Dumbledore? Harry continued to think about it while he carried the smaller-sized bookshelves up to his study. Going back to his room, Harry caught a look at himself in the mirror that hung on the wall. I need to bulk up a bit, he realized, in case something ever happens to my wand in a duel. With that in mind, Harry took off the sweatshirt, put on a dark blue robe, and teleported to the alley behind the leaky cauldron. Hedwig wasn't there yet, so Harry went over to Gringotts. Griphook accompanied him once more, and Harry stopped at the Potter vault. He shrank the bookcases, the weapons, the amour, some tapestries, and the family tree, then stuffed them into a regular money sack. Griphook then helped him back up to the surface, and Harry said goodbye. Then went to the leaky cauldron for breakfast. Luckily, Tom didn't recognize him with the ski cap, and Harry was able to eat his hotcakes without interruption. Harry checked the alley once more, and teleported to Black Manor when he didn't see Hedwig. Godric was wandering around upstairs, and said hello when Harry passed by. Harry entered the study, and set up the bookshelves next to the there ones he'd brought up from the dungeons. Harry had a separate bookshelf, which was half the size of the others, for all his recently purchased books. The Potter family tree Harry hung up on the farthest wall, right above his desk. The griffin in the night sky tapestry he put up in his room. Salazar found him reading up on Occlumency a half-hour later in the study. "Are you planning to read all those by the end of the summer?" Slytherin asked, looking at the smaller bookshelf. Harry nodded. "I want to try." He chuckled. "Care for an easier way?" Harry set the book down. "Sure, I think my brain might melt by the time I finish half of them." Salazar laughed. "Very well, repeat after me, personas multendum." The incantation was in Parseltongue, and Harry had difficulty repeating it in English. No, say it in Parseltongue, not English," Salazar corrected him. Harry nodded. "Personas multendum," he hissed. A chill spread through his body, and something made him feel like he was being softly split in two. "That was weird," he commented. Salazar nodded. "Look behind you." Harry did and froze in shock. He saw himself. "Whoa, it's a copy, Harry," Slytherin explained. "It can do separate things, learn, read, train, anything you're not doing, it can do for you. You have to be specific though, and tell it what you want it to do. When it gains knowledge, so will you, and it learns extremely fast." Harry looked unbelievingly at Salazar. "You serious?" He nodded. "Thanks." Turning back to his double, Harry missed the shocked look on Slytherin's face. "I think I'll call him Mark," Harry decided with a grin. Mark, could you please learn the stuff in this book? Harry asked, holding up an advanced transfiguration manual. Mark nodded, and took the book, then sat down to read. Harry thanked Salazar a second time, and continued to read the beginning Occlumency book. It said that a person needed to shape their minds into something they can relate with. Some examples were a sphere, a box, a mass of fog, and even a dense forest. In order to go on, Harry had to first decide on a form for his mind. Harry sat with his eyes closed, and went through a mental list of ideas. Out of nowhere, Harry thought of his scar. A storm cloud would be his form. Picturing the storm cloud, Harry moved on to the next step, organizing his memories. Harry got into a comfortable position. N started from the day of his parents' deaths, to the creation of Mark. Since he'd already described his life for the founders the day before, it wasn't very hard to gather them. Sorting them was another matter entirely. Harry had to sort his memories into 3 sections: inner, outer, and freelance. The inner section were all the private moments, good and bad, that Harry didn't want anyone to see. Some of these memories were Sirius, Cedric's and his parents' deaths, the prophecy, Snape's worst memory, and Harry's experiences with Cho. The inner memories were guarded by what Harry imagined as high-speed winds, like the ones found near the eye of a hurricane, times 10. The outer memories were all the other memories of importance, the trials Harry had experienced throughout life, conversations with his friends, and, not surprisingly, an entire area of the way Snape, Malfoy, and the Dursleys treated him. The outer memories were protected by torrents of rain and hail, promising an injury to invaders. The last section was the largest. The pointless memories, like what he'd eaten, Quidditch games he'd won, and the things he wore, were the things found in this part of his mind. The point of freelance memories was to make the invader think that they'd successfully penetrated his mind, and to give him time to occlude his mind as well. Dense cloud was the only defense of these memories. The final step was to create a dome-like force around the entire set of memories. It took a while, because he had to squeeze all the memories and defenses into a single area. Harry finally accomplished this, and felt extremely satisfied. He would practice clearing his mind every morning and evening, and work on strengthening his defenses. Once he could do that, Harry would move on to more offensive techniques. Salazar was gone when Harry opened his eyes, and Mark was nearing the end of the book. Whoa, he really is fast, Harry thought, but I don't know any more than I did. He shrugged that Odd often moved on to his Animagus book. After 30 minutes, Harry had barely made a dent in the 5 pages he'd managed to read. Harry groaned, and put the book aside. No wonder it had taken his father so long to become an Animagus. Give up. Gryffindor chuckled from the frame Slytherin had left. I don't think I have a chance with it. Harry grumbled. Were you an Animagus? Godric smiled. I thought you'd never ask. Godric then began to explain that there was a much easier way to become an Animagus, and it didn't take long either, a week at most. You see, you're not able to choose your forms. But all you have to do is look for your totem. A totem, Harry repeated. Godric nodded. Everyone has 4 totems. 2 light, and 2 dark. 2 mortal, and 2 magical. Depending on your personality, and maybe your destiny, your totem will be different. Some people can turn into more than 1 totem. Harry leaned forward. Could you teach me? Say the magic word. Godric teased. Harry grinned. Would you please teach me how to become an Animagus? Godric nodded, and began to instruct him. After an hour and 20 minutes, Harry had managed to call on his totems. To both their surprise, 4 non-distinct shapes came to him. That means you can turn into all 4, Godric said, explaining obvious. If you want the symbolic meaning, ask Helga, she's the divination expert. Harry promised he would do so, and looked at Mark. The copy was standing beside him, holding out the book to Harry. Thanks, Mark, Harry said, and took the book. As his hand touched it, a flash of light corrupted his vision, and a flood of knowledge poured into his mind. When the light cleared, Harry could practically recite the entire book, and he could actually do every spell correctly. Whoa, it worked, Harry said in a daze. What worked? Godric asked. The double, Mark. Harry said. Ah, Slytherin's idea. Harry nodded. Yeah, how'd you guess? Godric gave a fake sigh. It's amazing that Things you talk about when you're stuck in a room with only 3 other people for 700 years. Harry laughed. Sorry, I should have guessed. Yes, you should have. Godric replied. Did he telephone? You that they can only study one thing, and that they'll only learn it if you could have learned it eventually. Harry shook his head. Nope. But that's okay. I'd feel like a cheater if I had Mark do all my studying. Godric nodded. A true Hufflepuff trait, and a good one too. Harry felt the color rise in his face slightly. Thanks, he mumbled, then turned back to Mark. Feel free to wander around the house. But try not to break anything, okay? The double nodded, and exited the room. I think I'm going to try out what Mark learned, Harry said, and went into the last, empty room on the top floor. Godric followed him. The room was large, and Harry had the perfect idea for it. Getting out his wand, and a small pebble he'd found in his pocket, Harry concentrated on what it was he wanted. He cast the pebble onto the middle of the floor, and pointed his wand at it. The rock began to twist and grow, fighting to change its shape. Sweat formed on Harry's face as he kept control over the spell. In order for it to work, he had to keep the image in his mind, the incantation, and a sealing spell, something that would make the pebble retain its new shape until Harry changed it again under control. Finished. Harry opened his eyes to look at the dueling platform he'd created. Nice work. Godric complimented him. Harry grinned. Thanks. I'm glad it worked, and didn't turn into a giant slug or something. Godric laughed. Anything else coming in here? He asked once he'd relaxed a bit. Harry nodded. Opponents. With a wave of his wand, 7 dummies appeared on the other side of the room. All blank-faced and dressed in black robes. I love being able to do transfiguration right, he thought. Thanks, Mark. The next thing Harry did was to put charms on the dummies that would prevent them from being destroyed by burning, explosions, and most hexes. Another charm was a gauging charm. When hit with a spell, the caster's strength level would be displayed, 1 being horrible, 10 being the best. Try an animation charm, Godric suggested. Harry turned around. A what? Animation charm, he repeated. There's another name for it. A Simu thing. Oh, simulation charm, Harry clarified. Good idea. Thanks, Godric. He smiled. Anytime. The portrait left to find Rowena, and left Harry to it. The charm Godric had suggested allowed objects to move on their own accord. Harry cast an attacking simulation charm on 3 of the dummies so they'd cast spells at Harry when activated, defense on another 3 so the dummies would cast shielding spells, and a combination of both, plus an evasion charm. On the last dummy, satisfied, and a bit tired, Harry decided to go see if Hedwig had arrived yet. As he teleported to the alley behind the leaky cauldron, he thought about what Helga had said about his having 4 Animagus forms. It means ya got 2 personalities, Ari, she'd said, and your fate's not quite set. You're the balance boy, the decidin' vote in the events to come. I'd train up if I were you. Harry cleared the thoughts from his head, and looked around the alley. Hey girl, he said quietly as Hedwig landed on his outstretched arm. He pet her softly. Sorry about the wait. I've been busy at our new house. She made a questioning noise, so Harry explained about his trip to the Black and Potter vaults, Sirius letter, and his discovery, exploration, and decoration of Black Manor. I've got a new perch for you too, he finished. She hooted kindly at him, and affectionately nibbled his robe. He chuckled. I missed you too, Hedwig, he told her, ready to see our new place. She flapped her wings, and Harry teleported himself and Hedwig to Black Manor. He gave her a grand tour, and introduced her to the 4 founders whenever they came across one of them. Hedwig and Rowena instantly liked each other. Hedwig chirped at him when he showed her his bedroom. I know, not very colorful, but I was going to fix it up once I showed you around, he replied. In response, Hedwig flew over to her perch, and looked expectantly at him. Harry chuckled. I guess I'll do it now. About an hour later, Harry looked at his master bedroom with satisfaction, again thanking both Salazar and Mark. The carpet was navy blue, and the walls a lighter blue-green. Copper-colored drapes could be pulled over the enormous window, and a handsome, red oak sleigh bed was settled on the left wall. The covers were also navy blue, with gold trim, the pillows snow white. Hedwig's perch now stood next to Harry's dresser, which was of the style found in Gryffindor Tower. It was also red oak. And the handles on the drawers were silver. A full-length mirror hung on the right of the dresser. Its 3 panels allowed Harry to see himself from all angles. A stone archway led to his private bathroom. A wooden door would slide down from the top of the arch when Harry went through, allowing privacy. Harry truly spoiled himself in the bathroom. He'd taken a liking to the green marble on the first floor, and had installed the same in the bathroom. An enormous bathtub rivaled those Harry had seen in the prefect's bathroom. It also had many taps for various things like bubbles, scented oils and soaps, plus the traditional hot and cold water. The counters and sink were an elegant combination of wood and granite. A shower was also in the room, and had 3 nozzles for shampoo, conditioner, and water. The toilet was behind a corner next to the shower, and that was his entire bathroom. After finishing his quarters, Harry went down to the kitchen with Hedwig. Not sure if there was anything to eat. Harry opened the fridge. "Wow, nice selections," he exclaimed as he looked at the mass of food and drink. Harry selected a small roast, and set it on the counter. After raiding the pantry, he found some potatoes. Grabbing one, he then searched for cooking tools. 30 minutes later, Harry was happily eating his homemade roast and potatoes, while sharing some with Hedwig, and drinking an ice-cold butterbeer. After washing his dishes, Harry went up to decorate the guest bed and bath rooms while Hedwig flew around outside. He put double beds in 2 of the rooms, and single beds in the others. Though they were of good quality, none of the 4 posters were quite as nice as his sleigh bed. Dressers also went in the rooms, as well as mirrors and an armchair or 2. Bathrooms Harry fashioned after his own, but the tubs were smaller, and the colors a bit lighter. With Black Manor finished at last, Harry could now fully dedicate the rest of the summer to training. "I need an exercise room," Harry thought. "Magic won't be enough." So Harry ran upstairs, and grabbed the bag that had the weapons and amour from the Potter vault, and took it to the dungeons. He had to enlarge the armory to fit it all. But soon everything had a place. Godric recognized many of the things from the Potter vault, and was able to tell Harry what they all did, so Harry was able to make an illustration and description of each item like it had been done with the Black family weapons and amour. Harry then went across the hall and into the room that once had the bookshelves. "I can use this room for the exercise stuff," he thought. "Then again, I don't know how to conjure or use the equipment." He sighed, and went back upstairs, then exchanged his robes for his sweatshirt once more, and still kept on the ski cap. "Next stop, Gringotts," he muttered, then teleported from Black Manor. "How may I help you, sir?" the head goblin asked. Harry smiled kindly. "I was wondering if Mr. Griphook could take me down to my vault. He's been extremely helpful in my past visits." At Griphook's name, the head goblin perked up a bit, and waved the mentioned goblin over. "Hello Griphook," Harry said. "Good afternoon Mr. Harry," he replied, and led Harry to the carts. The cart went the super speed it had when Harry had been here the last time, and it clearly amused Griphook to see Harry's excited reaction. Harry noticed that he'd left behind a few tapestries in the Potter vault, so he got those after deciding to put one in each of the rooms and some maps and charts he'd found in the Black Vault. Before they went back up, Harry asked Griphook something. "Is there a way I can convert some money into Muggle money?" Griphook thought about it. "How much are you thinking of, Mr. Harry?" "Quite a bit," Harry admitted. He smirked. "Then I suggest that you get what is called a credit card. Do you know what that is?" Harry nodded. So Griphook continued, "Well, this credit card can only be used in Muggle stores. But it is connected to your Gringotts vault. It is very easy to set up. In fact, I can do it in 5 minutes if you wish." Harry smiled. "I'd like that." Griphook nodded, and they returned to the surface. True to his word, Griphook finished at the necessary paperwork in 4 minutes and 37 seconds. All Harry had to do was sign the papers, and it was done. So Harry thanked Griphook once more, and left for the leaky cauldron. He politely refused something to eat when Tom asked him, saying his family was waiting for him in Muggle London. This seemed to satisfy the innkeeper, and Harry was able to leave without further inquiry. Harry wandered around the streets for 10 minutes, glad that he didn't have to worry if his cap slid, or that an order member might. Sudden, Lee walk out of a store and recognize him. Instead of going straight to the exercise store, Harry first stopped at a clothing department. He looked around, wanting some decent clothes for the first time. Eyeing his battered shoes, Harry put that on the list as well. An hour later, Harry exited the store with 10 t-shirts, 2 exercise shorts, 4 undershirts, 1 pair of sneakers, a pair of dress shoes, a black leather jacket, and 2 more hats. That was kind of fun, Harry thought with amusement, seeing the looks on the clerk's face when I bought that much. He sneaked around the building, making sure nobody saw him, then teleported to Black Manor. After a brief conversation with Hedwig and the founders, Harry put his clothes away in his room, and returned to the place he'd teleported from. Harry eventually found the exercise store, after being redirected by 3 helpful muggles, and went inside. "May I help you, sir?" the salesman asked. "I hope so," Harry answered. "See, my mom wants to get my dad an entire workout room for their anniversary, and since she has to work, she asked me to go and buy the equipment." The salesman quickly went into action. He showed Harry each piece of equipment, told whether it was to tone muscle or build it, and then showed Harry how it worked. Apparently, the store hadn't been doing too well and there was a 50% off sale going on, this being the second to last day. "Man, I got lucky," Harry thought as he looked at the price tags. Where most of them were normally 1,000 or more, they were only 500 to 700 for Harry. In the end, Harry bought a treadmill, a machine for toning legs and arms, a set of free weights, a bench press, and a machine that built up the muscle on your arms, legs, and abs. The entire cost was enough to make Harry hope that wizarding money was worth more than Muggle. He managed to convince the salesman that he had a truck coming to pick up the equipment, and the salesman helped Harry to take his new purchases out back, then left him alone. After making sure no one could see him once more, Harry shrunk the equipment to match box size. Sticking them in his pocket, Harry teleported to Black Manor, ready to finally do some real training. Another equally, abnormally long chapter. With the equipment in place, and the tapestries now up in the various rooms, Harry asked the founders about any tips they might have for his training program as he sat on his bed. "We can help ya," Helga said cheerfully. "I reckon we've all got special talents in different areas." "Very true," Salazar agreed smugly. Godric rolled his eyes. "So don't you take lessons with us?" Helga finished. Harry looked at them. "You'd do that?" They nodded. "You are the first person we've seen in a long time, Harry," Rowena reminded him. "It will give us something to do. All you gotta do is ask," Godric said. Harry grinned. "Will you teach me?" he asked. They nodded. "Potions and offense are mine," Salazar said quickly. "We wouldn't dream of taking them from you," Godric told him dryly. "I'll do Animagus and defense then." "Charms and herbology," Helga piped up. "Arthrimacy and ancient runes you will learn from me," Rowena finished. "I haven't taken either of those," Harry said, "but Hermione talks about them all the time." What about history?" Helga asked, looking at her colleagues. Godric shuddered. "Not unless it's Quidditch." "I will do wizarding history," Rowena offered. "You'd better do Hogwarts history, Sleeth," Godric said, earning a glare, "since we don't know what you all put in there." The green-eyed portrait sniffed. "All for the better," he said haughtily. "I will teach it." Do any of you know about magical creatures?" Harry asked. The other 3 founders all said simultaneously, "Helga." She blushed, but smiled at Harry. "I'll teach ya that." While they debated about a schedule, Harry went into the study and grabbed a quill, ink and parchment to write it all down. When he'd come back, they'd agreed on something. On Mondays he would wake up, practice Occlumency, then go downstairs and work out for half an hour. After that he'd shower, and eat breakfast. His first class would be potions with Salazar, then herbology, arthrimacy, then lunch. After that, he'd have defense, charms, Hogwarts history, Animagus training, and dinner. His last set of lessons would be ancient runes. And Quidditch. Harry still had to go and get a new broom, and figure out how in the world Godric was going to manage teaching him, then COMC, offense, and wizarding history. The rest of his evening was free. And before he went to bed he'd practice Occlumency again. None of his classes would go past half an hour. Tuesdays and Thursdays, Harry would spend entirely with Salazar and Godric. His normal Occlumency, workout, shower and breakfast routine came first. After that, his lessons were an hour long. Animagus training would be first, then potions, defense, and lunch. Harry would get an hour of free time. Then go to Quidditch, and Hogwarts history. There were no classes after dinner, and all Harry had to do was Occlumency. His classes with Helga and Rowena would be on Wednesdays and Fridays. The morning routine would pass, then came charms, arithmetic, herbology, and lunch. Those would be followed by an hour of free time, wizarding history, COMC, and ancient runes. Again, all Harry had to do in the evenings was Occlumency before going to bed. And, the weekend'll be free, Helga added once Harry finished writing it all down. All right, he said, and thanks, and tell this is going to be better than school. Godric grinned, Helga blushed, Rowena smiled, and Salazar just nodded. Oh, you should look at that family tree, Gryffindor suggested, you'll find RSELF related to some interesting people. Harry promised he would do so, after he went to buy another broom. Then do that now, I can't wait to see your reaction. Godric urged. This made Harry a bit uneasy. But he shrugged in answer and teleported to the alley behind Gringotts. He walked through Diagon Alley, and asked a passing witch if there was an eyeglass store. She pointed him to a new shop that was right before Nocturne Alley. With a quick word of thanks, Harry walked down the road and entered Blurnoff's eye store. It was a lot like a Muggle eye store. Harry had only been in one once. With glasses frames displayed on racks everywhere, and mirrors. Beside them, a 16-year-old girl with black hair that fell to her shoulders and suntanned skin was at the counter, writing with a quill. As the bell on the door sounded, she looked up at him with dark green eyes. Welcome to Blurnoff's eye store, she said, we've got all your visual needs. Harry bit back a laugh. Her introduction was weird. She seemed to have caught on to his hidden amusement, because she grinned at him. Sorry about the speech, store protocol. How can I help you? Harry grinned back. I was wondering if you had anything like Muggle contact lenses. Quote. She nodded. Regular or customized? Thinking of Mad Eye, Harry glanced quickly out the window. Nobody was near the store. Hoping she was trustworthy, he took off the ski cap, revealing his scar. She didn't even blink. I get into a lot of trouble, so I need something that'll help me out a bit. She tipped her head to the side slightly. I know what you mean. With a snap of her fingers, a measuring tape levitated itself into her hand. Pop a seat, she told him, gesturing to one of the stools in the room. Harry did so, and she began to measure his head and face. Not once did her eyes stay to Harry's scar while she measured. It was strange for him, and a bit unsettling. Can I see you glasses for a minute? She asked once she'd finished. Harry nodded, and took them off, holding them out to where he guessed her hand was. She returned them soon after. Be right back, she promised, and went into the back room. As she left, the paper she'd been writing on fell off the counter. Trying to be helpful, Harry picked it up. As he started to put it back on the counter, Harry saw that it was a sketch of a broom. Intrigued, he looked closer. In small, but neat handwriting were descriptions of each part, various equations for stuff Harry didn't know, and small notes. The top was labeled, Bludgeoner, marked 3 feet. A beater's broom, Harry wondered. Hearing the girl come back, Harry quickly set the paper on the counter and returned to his seat. Seconds later, she emerged from the rear room, 2 boxes in hand. She brought up a second stool, and sat on it, facing Harry. These are regular glasses, she explained, holding up a box. Well, maybe, regular, isn't the best word. See, they're enchanted with an anti-destruction charm, a spell-seeing charm, and have transition lenses. Transition lenses, he repeated. Yeah, when you're inside, they're normal. When you go outside, they tint, like sunglasses. Harry nodded in understanding, and she continued. Now in this other box are our most advanced, and most expensive, contact lenses. We've only sold them to Aurors, and only 2 of them actually, but I'll keep quiet if you do. Harry agreed. She smiled, and went on. You can sleep with them on, they never dry out, etc. They'll automatically change to match your prescription, and you won't even notice them after a while. By focusing on a color in your mind. They'll change UI color to match, it's foolproof. The next feature is night vision, which is self-explanatory. The lenses can also see though invisibility cloaks and spells, illusions, most walls. And polyjuice potions. Harry's jaw dropped, and she chuckled. I'm a genius, I know. Harry stared at her. Did she just say she made them? Before he could ask, she went on. If someone is using one of those things, they'll appear blurry around the edges, giving you a heads up. Now, the last thing is spell sight. It's the only thing you have to verbally activate. Simply say, sight, in any language. And I mean any. She inclined her head, even Parslotong, and the lens will allow you to see any spells that are within a 50-foot radius. It won't do you any good if you don't know what the spell or guards look like when they're cast though. She warned, 'cause they show up just like that. To end the spell, say, end, again, in any language. Any questions? How do you know I speak Parslotong? He asked. She laughed. Well, I was talking about the lenses, but in answer to that, I read the papers. Don't always believe them, but I do read them. Oh, well, I'd like to buy the contacts. How much? 50 galleons, she said with a shrug. Expensive, I know, but I'll take it, Harry finished. She smiled. All right then, I'll ring 'em up. She took the box of contacts and rang them up on the register. After Harry grabbed 50 galleons out of his magic money bag and paid her, she gave him the contacts and suggested that he try them on. While he opened the box, Harry asked her what her name was. Alexandriaz, she answered with a regretful grin. Alex, for short. He smiled. Alex it is then. Alex then showed him how to put them on his eyes, without poking himself. She laughed when he did anyway. Despite the twinge in his eye, Harry laughed too. They work great. Harry told her once he'd gotten both incorrectly. It was true too. Everything seemed sharper, his vision was clearer. And there were no limits like his old glasses had caused. He changed his eyes to blue, black and even orange, then back to their normal emerald green. Glad they're working all right, she said. Anything else? Harry debated silently with himself. Well, I was wondering about Well, she raised an eyebrow. Spit it out. Your sketch fell off the counter, and I looked at it, he mumbled. Well, I didn't purposely look at it, it just caught my eye. He stumbled over the last bit, and to his relief, Alex just laughed. And you were wondering what it was? She finished for him. Yeah, Harry answered. I play Seeker, but I'm guessing that's a broom for beaters. She nodded. Follow me. I've got something that might answer your questions. Harry followed her into the back room, and up a small staircase. Do you live above the store? He asked. Yeah, I haven't found a decent place to live in London yet, so Mr. Blernoff lets me stay here, and I work to pay rent. It's not a bad deal really. So what do you do in your free time? He asked. She grinned at him, and opened a door to her right. This. Harry's jaw dropped at her workshop. Several boughs of wood, and piles of twigs lay on long tables. Carving tools held down plans and sketches. 4 finished brooms hung on a rack on the wall. You make brooms, he whispered. Alex nodded, and walked over to the complete brooms. Taking one off the rack, she turned and offered it to Harry. It was made of pine, and had a long, slender form. The tail was created of finely trimmed birch twigs, all arranged to aerodynamic perfection. Its handle was polished, and somewhat darker than the rest. The words, Star Blazer, were etched in silver on the handle. Try it out, she said. Though there wasn't enough room to fly, Harry mounted the broom. He barely noticed it under him. The broom didn't waver at all, and changed direction the moment Harry twitched his knees. Perfect balance, except ional handling, and can go from 0 to 250 mph in just 15 seconds. Alex said proudly. He stared at her. That's faster than a firebolt. She nodded. Only drawback is that the broom's really light. Only for seekers who can get out of the way without getting hit. A tossed quaffle could make you lose balance. Bad thing for chasers. He agreed, then dismounted. When are you going to release it? I'm not officially releasing any of them until I finish the entire line kinks and trick free, she answered. And you only have the beaters, brooms left. Yeah, I should be done in November. Harry's shoulders dropped. Well, I'll be counting down the days, he promised. A spark lit up in Alex's eyes. Tell you what, I'll give you this broom now, for only 10 galleons, enough to make another, but only if you agree to something. Harry gripped the broom tighter. Name it. She smiled. I want you to write me a letter about its handling, performance, and difficulty level after your first flight and following Quidditch matches and practices, that's all. Harry thought about it and stuck out a hand. Deal. A.N. And now for that question. Who is Harry's living, disastrous yet hilarious, relative? He promised to come back after he wrote it, and Alex reminded him about his hat. Blushing faintly, Harry hastily put it on, then left the store, the broom hidden in a rectangular case. Once out of sight, he teleported to Black Manor. He ran upstairs and greeted Hedwig, then found Godric and showed him the broom. Nice one, Godric said. Doesn't look as sharp as some, but if T can do what the girl says it can then. He didn't need to finish, Harry knew what he meant. The question Harry had been thinking to ask popped up in his head. Godric. What kind of Quidditch are you going to teach me? The history of course, and some plays and moves that have probably been forgotten by now. I used to be a seeker too, he answered. How are you going to do that? I noticed a chalkboard in one of the frames. I'm not that bad an artist, you know. Harry held back a chuckle, and well, I've got a broom in my portrait too, we'll see which works best. Ah, okay, thanks. Godric nodded. No problem. Now go check out that family tree. Harry laughed at his persistence, but put the broom away in his room, then went into the study. Harry started at the top, and worked his way down for quite some time. Godric was near the top, as was Merlinius, whoever that was, and Harry was the very last person on it. Instead of looking at his immediate family, Harry looked at his distant relatives. The ones that could possibly still be alive. Most of the pureblood families are related, Sirius had once told him. Harry shuddered. I hope I'm not related to Malfoy, he thought. Passing over the names, Harry saw the name, Weasley, Carl. I'm related to Ron, he cried excitedly. Wait, till they find out. Harry jumped around for a few seconds, needing to spend some of his energy. Then returned his focus to the tapestry, eager to see who else he might be related to. The Black family wasn't on it, even though Sirius had been Molly's second cousin or something. Disappointed a tiny bit, Harry continued down the tree. The third line from the bottom displayed a name that made Harry choke. Snape, Alger. Frantically, Harry looked below it. Sure enough, the name, Snape, Severus, was right underneath it. Harry groaned, not bothering to look if Snape had any perhaps nicer relatives. According to the tapestry, Harry's least favorite professor was James Potter's second Sin, which made Harry Snape's third cousin, or something like that. Found anyone of interest? Godric asked, all too innocently. Harry groaned a second time and threw a book at the portrait. Missing by a few inches. Don't let Rowena see you do that, Godric warned him with a grin. She'd never speak to you again. Is that so horrible? I wish you would never speak to me again, Salazar said, entering the frame as well. He then looked at Harry. Why did you throw a book at him? He asked. Not that I blame you. Harry pointed weakly at the tapestry. I'm related to Snape. Salazar raised an eyebrow and smirked in silent amusement, while Godric roared into fits of laughter. Harry woke up the next morning feeling refreshed. He practiced Occlumency before he even got out of bed, and it only took him half an hour to get his memories in place where yesterday it had taken 2 hours. After brushing up on his defenses, Harry got up and greeted Hedwig. Harry then changed into a black undershirt and a dark blue pair of workout pants. After putting on his new sneakers, he trotted down the stairs and into the dungeon. 30 minutes later, an exhausted Harry left the workout room. I was barely able to do any of it. He thought with disappointment, I'll just have to keep it till I can. Harry took a 15-minute shower, dressed himself in jeans, a white t-shirt and one of his black robes, then jogged down to the kitchen. Bacon, eggs and a glass of milk was his breakfast, and then he was off to the dungeon once more. Salazar was waiting for him in a picture frame above the worktables. You read up on the basics? He asked immediately. Harry nodded. He'd explained Snape's teaching method to Salazar before he went to bed. In short words, Slytherin had not been pleased, that was being polite, and had ordered Harry to study a chart of which ingredients to not add together. Then get out a pewter cauldron, and the ingredients for a basic, pain-relieving potion. Harry summoned a potions book from the bookshelves upstairs, having forgotten to transfer his potions texts down to the dungeons, then got out a standard cauldron. Looking it up in the book, Harry summoned the required ingredients off the shelves. Salazar walked him through it, having a good view of what Harry was doing from his frame. It was a potion Harry was supposed to learn in his first year, but Snape made learning anything practical in class impossible. The potion, since it was only used for bruises and cuts, only took 30 minutes to make, and 20 to cool, so Harry would bottle it after his next lesson. Helga was in the kitchen, since it was the best place to prepare things, and the best lit. Because Harry didn't have access to the plants needed, he didn't know the area around Black Manor well enough to search for them. For herbology, it was mainly bookwork. Helga described where to find them, what they looked like, and what they were used for while Harry sketched a picture, and copied down what she said. His homework from Helga was to explore the nearby area, and map it. Before going to the study to find Ravenclaw, Harry dashed downstairs, and bottled his potion. Salazar deemed it perfect. Harry cheerfully and carefully labeled it, then put it in a cupboard he'd decided to dedicate to his completed, and usable, potions. Arthrimacy turned out to be the study of spell-making. Some of the books from the Potter Vault were Arthrimacy texts, so Harry didn't have to go out and buy more. Harry learned that in order to truly master a spell, you had to understand how and why it worked. He'd expected it to be fairly boring, but instead he found it rather interesting. The time passed quickly, and Harry left with a new topic to discuss with Hermione. Lunch was a quickly made turkey sandwich with a butterbeer. Then he raced up to the dueling room for defense with Godric. Since they didn't have that much time, they spent the lesson going over what Harry already knew on the dummies. Most of his spells were around 5. Except for his Patronus, it was an 8. Very nice, Godric told him as the stag disappeared. 2 more and you could possibly ride it. Harry lowered his wand. Ride it? Godric nodded. Some people can create a Patronus so strong, they are solid enough for someone to jump on and ride away if the Patronus is large enough, of course. By the time he left, Harry's goal was to make all of his defense spell reach at least 8, and his Patronus 10. Helga found them in the dueling chamber, and said it was her turn to teach. Instead of having Harry demonstrate every charm he'd learned, she asked him, and he answered yes or no, and good or bad. Satisfied that he was at owl level, she began to teach him more advanced forms of those he'd already learned, and brushing up on the ones he wasn't great at. Hogwarts history was also in the dungeons. Harry got the idea that Salazar liked it down there, and Harry brought Hogwarts, a history, down with him. Thanks to a chalkboard in his picture, Salazar was able to describe and map the creation of Hogwarts. When Harry mentioned that he had a map of Hogwarts, Salazar asked to see it. But we made it unplottable, Slytherin murmured as Harry showed him the Marauders map. Well, maybe it's because it's a map of Hogwarts, Harry suggested, not the area around it. Salazar admitted it was possible, and spent the rest of the time lecturing about the different, complex wards the 4 founders had put on the school. Harry found these incredibly helpful. Half an hour before dinner came the lesson H. Harry had been waiting for Animagus training in the living room. Hello again, Harry, Godric greeted from his place in the picture frame. Hi, Harry replied, and sat down in an armchair he'd turned to face his instructor. Well, tonight you'll attempt to discover one of the 4 totems you happen to be so lucky to have, he began. I want you to clear your mind, Harry, and call them forth. Harry took deep, even breaths, feeling the muscles in his shoulders loosen. In the black space of his empty mind, 4 shadowy, yet shimmering creatures appeared. Too fussy to identify, they hovered at the edge of an invisible barrier. Don't try to call them closer, Godric's voice instructed softly, just try to see them. Look at one first, only one. So Harry let 3 of the creatures fade from his mind slightly. They were still there, but not distracting him. The remaining creature began to brighten, the fuzzy edges began to disappear. Whiskers sprouted, a tail thrashed, and 4 legs solidified. The animal let out a roar, startling Harry out of his relaxed state. "A panther, Harry," Godric told him, though Harry didn't see how he could know. "Congratulations. Your mortal creature of light is a panther." Harry grinned. "I remember seeing a panther at the zoo once, a black one." Godric nodded. "Well, this lesson's over. But I'll see you again tomorrow. I don't think we have to do Quidditch today. Fly around tomorrow for your lesson. You know, to get used to the broom." Harry was surprised at the rapid pass of time, and said that he would, then left for the kitchen. After some chicken noodle soup, Harry went back up to the library for ancient runes. There wasn't much practical work, seeing as how he was taking it for the first time. It was mainly getting used to the concept that runes played a major part in most of the older spells. Rowena told him to find an ancient rune book, or buy one, and also look in the bookshelves for a book that was written in runes. Since Godric cancelled Quidditch that evening, Harry read for half an hour on potions, trying to get an idea on what Snape had caused him to miss, which was a lot. COMC with Helga was a lot like the herbology lesson she'd given Harry earlier. She apologized for not being able to do hands-on lessons, but Harry assured her it was fine. He studied chimeras in the first lesson. He supposed it was because of the chimera room on the top floor. Slytherin was making plans for tomorrow's lesson, so Harry went straight to Wizarding History. Wizarding History was an improvement from Bin's class, and a big one at that. Rowena made the Troll Wars and Warlock conventions of her time much more interesting to Harry, and he took quite a few notes. Again he practiced Occlumency before returning to bed, and it still took him half an hour. But he was still happy with his progress after only one day. The morning routine went by quickly. He now had an hour for each, and he was dressed in the same way he'd done yesterday. Right after some cold cereal, Harry met up with Godric in the living room for Animagus training. Using the same techniques as before, Harry was able to call his dark mortal animal into detail within half an hour. It was a cobra. "Sleeth'll be happy," Godric said with amusement. Harry wasn't sure he was going to be comfortable with being a cobra, mainly because it reminded him of Voldemort's snake, but Godric assured him that it only meant Harry was cunning, and that could be a good thing if used in the right way. For the last half hour, Harry learned to quickly bring both the cobra and the panther into his focus, which would later play a part in transforming. When Salazar asked him how the Animagus training was going, Harry told him about the 2 forms. "Wonderful snake in my opinion," Salazar told him. "I myself was a basilisk. But I also had the option of a mortal fox." Because Harry now owned more than one cauldron, Slytherin told him to start on the antidote to the simple sleeping draft he'd made in the first half hour. The draft was a tiny shade off in color, but Slytherin said it would only cause the potion to take longer, make the drinker fall asleep about 10 minutes more than the usual 5. Once he'd turned off the stove so the antidote could cool, Harry bottled the sleeping potion, labeled it, and stored it in the cupboard. Harry finished with 10 extra minutes, so he started to read his potions manual. Much to Salazar's approval, after going through the same process of bottling, labeling and storing with the antidote, Harry ran up to the dueling chamber for defense. He warmed up with a few simple shielding spells and evasive maneuvers, and stopped when Godric appeared in the picture frame. He ordered Harry to repeat what they'd done yesterday, protecting himself from the dummies to gauge his power. After half an hour of that, Harry went through an evasion trial. He had to duck, jump, and roll to escape the stinging hexes the dummies threw at him. The idea was to teach him how to evade attacks if his wand was ever taken. "That exercise room will come in handy with this," Godric told him after he'd been stung for the 8th time. "I'd wear your exercise clothes too," he added after looking at Harry's sweat-dampened robes. Harry nodded, and went downstairs for lunch, trying to catch his breath. For his hour break, he took a bath, allowing the warm water to ease his muscles. "It's kind of sad that I'm this sore after only 30 minutes, he thought dryly. "Well, I did work out this morning, and it's only my first week. Maybe it'll get better." For the rest of his free time, Harry read some of the defense books from his previous years at school, mainly to refresh his memory. He'd gone through his first 4 years minus second year, seeing as how Dric didn't really teach them anything, and started on the DA meeting when he saw Salazar popping through frames, heading towards the dueling chamber. Quickly marking his spot, Harry left for his first defense lesson. As soon as he entered, Salazar ordered him to demonstrate every offensive spell he knew against one of the defensive dummies. Salazar recorded them in his notebook, where he got it from Harry didn't know. And also recorded the power level. Most of Harry's spells were at 8, except the Bat Bogey Hex, which amused Salazar greatly, and the Cruciatus Curse, which he was hesitant to use. Even on a non-living object they were at 5. Once he'd finished writing, Salazar put the book down and began to talk. Now, the reason I wanted to teach your offensive lesson is because not only do I have the most knowledge on the subject, he said smugly, but I am the only one who can teach you spells that can only be used by people like us, people who can speak Parseltongue. Harry straightened, intrigued. You see, Harry, people with our abilities also have the ability to cast what is called Parslos, or spells in Parseltongue. He gestured at a dummy. Try a simple stunner. Harry faced the dummy, and shouted, "Stupefy," in a hissing voice. 3 green bolts of light shot out of his wand toward the dummy. It registered the hit as a 10. Whoa, Harry exclaimed, lowering his wand in open-mouthed surprise. Wonderful, isn't it? Salazar asked him proudly. Harry could only nod in answer. The rest of the hour was spent casting all the curses he knew in Parseltongue, each resulting as a power level of 10. Before Harry left, Salazar asked him one last thing. Tell me, besides the increase in power, what is the advantage of Parsel's magic? Harry thought for a minute. Well, if your enemy isn't familiar with it, it can give you the upper hand in surprise. How so? For starters, they won't know what spell you're casting, Harry began, because they can't understand what you're saying, and since the color of the spell changes, they won't recognize it either. Salazar nodded. Very good. We'll do this again in 2 days. For his Quidditch lesson, Harry got his map of Black Manor, activated it, got his new broom, and went outside with Hedwig. I'll be right back, he told her. I just want to make sure it does what Alex said, giving her the map to hold for the time being. Harry mounted his star blazer and kicked off as hard as he could. The broom shot upwards so fast, the wind screamed in his ears, and it was barely possible to breathe. The air got cooler as he rocketed upwards, and reluctantly, Harry slowed down to a stop. With 30 more seconds, he would have been in the clouds, and such thoughts only excited him more. Casting an advanced cushioning charm on the ground below, Harry decided to test the broom's brakes, and shot down like an arrow with 100-pound weight on it. His eyes started to water, but he forced them to stay open. 5 feet from the ground, Harry pulled up. The result was a sudden jerk of a stop, which sent him flying. I didn't think the brakes would be that good, he thought as he pulled himself up off the grass. Thanks to his spell, he didn't break anything. After getting the map from Hedwig, Harry began to fly in an outward spiral pattern, starting from Black Manor. Hedwig flew by his side as Harry's map began to copy the landscape below them. With 10 minutes to spare after returning to Black Manor, Harry tried some basic seeker moves, which were harder on the new broom. After those, he tried a few intermediate, like a few from the Quidditch book he'd bought, and read after evening Occlumency. The broom handled quite well, and as long as Harry pulled up steadily instead of jerking it up, he had no more repeats of his first crash. Hogwarts history was the same as before, and they continued on the topic of the spells and wards originally put on it. Dinner was spaghetti, which Harry was proud of even if it was a bit undercooked, seeing as it was his first batch. For his free evening, Harry read about potions, dueling and Quidditch tactics. After practicing Occlumency again, he went to bed. Wednesday passed by quickly. The workout was still exhausting, but Harry knew it would prove invaluable in a fight. Charm's lesson was on household ones, like cleaning and washing. In Arthrimacy, Harry can't enude on the theory behind the stunner curses. Herbology was again book work, but Helga told him to report on his exploration of the woods around Black Manor. When Harry activated the map to show her, he got a surprise. In bold, dark blue writing was the title. In honor and loving memory of Moony, Padfoot, and Prongs, Talon presents The Hideaway. Harry grinned. He had a new name for Black Manor. Since he had 2 hours before his next class, Harry teleported to Muggle London, ate a burger from a fast food restaurant nearby, then went to buy some more exercise clothes. His others were getting dirty rather quick. And he'd need some more while washing the others. So, 5 shorts later, Harry teleported with his purchases back to the hideaway. He quickly put the shorts away, then rushed to his wizarding history lesson. Again, it was like the first. They went over his notes, then started new ones. Comc and ancient runes were the same long, but not boring. Since he wanted to move ahead in Arthrimacy a bit, Harry quickly ate some dinner, then read his texts on the subject until he had to practice Occlumency. In Animagus training the next morning, Harry finally called his first magical creature into focus. It was a phoenix. Yes, he does have one bird form, but he won't use it that often. Don't worry, you can guess whether that one's light or dark. Easy, Godric joked as Harry smiled. Again, he practiced calling his 3 totems into focus, while always making sure the 4th, undecided totem, was there. Harry made his first simple healing draft in potions. It took 45 minutes to make, and when it cooled, Harry could use it for small cuts, stings, or bruises. Thinking ahead, Harry had spelled his workout clothes with a cooling charm, in hopes that he wouldn't sweat right through them. Defense was the same grueling practice, and Harry was glad the charm worked. Now he didn't have to spend his entire break in the bathtub. Another sandwich and butterbeer was his lunch, and Harry flipped between dueling tactics and Arthrimacy reading during his 1-hour break. Offense was more Parslow's magic, both offensive and defensive. After half an hour of that, Salazar instructed Harry to activate all the dummies, then leave the room for 3 minutes. Once he came back inside, he was hit by a stinging hex. Salazar laughed at the cross look on his face. The object of this practice was to expect everything. Harry left the room and tried again. He was able to stun 4 of the dummies, 3 offensive and 1 defensive, before he was hit in the back with a stunner. The lesson ended soon after. Harry got to go outside on his broom, while Godric watched through Harry's bedroom window. When Harry returned 40 minutes later, Godric spent the remaining time telling Harry about his strengths and weaknesses. When Harry asked Salazar how long they'd be talking about wards, he told Harry at least 1 more day, then they'd move on to the Chamber of Secrets. Dinner was chicken and a glass of milk for Harry, then he immediately went up to the library to study ancient runes and Arthrimacy. During Occlumency, Harry was able to organize and clear his mind in just 20 minutes. At this rate, it'll only take me a second by the end of the summer, he thought happily after climbing into bed. Friday dawned bright and early, waking Harry, who immediately began Occlumency. Since he had originally planned Occlumency to last an hour, he hadn't expected to progress so quickly. Harry decided on days with Helga and Rowena, he would use the time to work out, and on days with Godric and Salazar, he'd use it to read. Charms passed rapidly, and Arthrimacy did the same. You're coming along very well, Rowena told Harry as he packed up. You should catch up to owl level a little after school begins. Harry smiled and thanked her, then departed for herbology in the kitchen. Helga sent him on an errand to find a plant called woodgrass, from a certain part of the forest. She warned him to get everything, roots and all. It took him 40 minutes to find the blasted thing, and 10 more to get it. Stupid roots, he growled, they kept getting bigger. She laughed, and asked if she'd forgotten to mention that. He scowled, which only sent her laughing more. Harry ate a bagel for lunch, and then went up to the library to study again. By the time he finished the 10th chapter in his Arthrimacy text, it was time for wizarding history. Today's topic was the First Goblin Rebellion. It was because of this rebellion that Gringotts was run by goblins, and not wizards. Comc was now on phoenixes. Some of the old tales Helga told him helped Harry greatly. Well, my magical creature of light is a phoenix, he explained when Helga asked. This launched her into a sermon about all the possible symbolic meanings. Harry had a spot of trouble hiding his boredom. This is why he didn't mention that he'd taken divination. Ancient runes flew by, and Harry was finally done with his first out of 7 weeks of training. During his evening, Harry wrote a letter about the broom to Alex as requested. Once finished, Harry decided to add a question. Thanks again for the broom. But I was wondering if maybe you'd like to go out for lunch next Sunday or something. If you're busy, that's fine, I was just wondering. Hope to see you soon, Harry. What do you think? He asked Hedwig. She looked at him, eyes supportive. Taking a breath, Harry began to practice Occlumency. Once Harry finished his morning routine, he ran into the 4 founders, who were talking in the living room. Yes, he is doing well, Rowena said. He has a talent for Arthrimacy. And he's a good Animagus, Godric added. Defense could brush up some, but it's still good. It's fun teachin'. I am. Helga quipped. The look on his face after getting the woodgrass, she sighed happily. Priceless it was. You sent him out for woodgrass. Salazar's voice was surprised. Yep, Slytherin laughed. I don't blame him for complaining then. Well, what about your lessons, Salazar? Godric asked. Slytherin was quiet. They are going very well. He answered finally. He's a natural for potions. And is a quick learner at offensive spells. I say he'll be quite the warlock, Rowena finished. Godric and Helga nodded their agreement, then looked at Salazar. It would seem we actually agree on something, he sighed. And a bright flash of light exploded in the room. Harry rushed in, wand out. In his haste, he bumped into something, knocking both him and the object over. As the light cleared, Harry saw what it was he'd run into. Godric, he whispered. The red-robed figure looked at him. Whoa, since when did you become a portrait, Harry? Harry stood up and looked around. Since when did you 4 become people again? It was true, Helga, Rowena and Salazar were all standing in the living room, looking around with amazed, confused expressions. A piece of parchment floated out of nowhere and into Harry's hand. It's from GB again, he said, looking at the signature. Read it, Godric told him. Harry obeyed. Congratulations again. No doubt you have solved the second Chimera puzzle. Because you 4 have admitted to be at a peace of some sort with each other, you now have the ability to become people once more. I regret to say that this is only a long-term, yet temporary effect. You will be able to do this only 2 days a week. My apologies for not making it longer, but I do not have the skill. Congratulations again, and good luck. Signed, GB. The 4 founders looked at each other. Harry laughed. What? Godric demanded. You all look so confused. Harry exclaimed. I haven't seen you like that, and never expected to either. Salazar promptly wiped his face to blankness. But Rowena and Helga smiled. Godric remained confused. Why's that funny? He asked. This time they all laughed, except for Godric, who still didn't get it. After the initial shock had faded, the founders decided that they would use this new ability on weekends. Saturdays they would finally have practical lessons with Harry, Sundays they would do what they wanted. Harry was a bit bummed about having only 1 day of freedom, so they agreed that he would get Mondays off as well. Salazar asked Harry if he could borrow the potions lab on Sundays. And Harry agreed. It's the least I can do for you, since you've been teaching me. Harry told him, when you're not busy, feel free to use it any time. Harry made likewise promises to Rowena when she asked to use the library, and Helga to use the kitchen. Big surprise, Godric muttered, and for Godric to use his broom and Quidditch supplies. Godric helped Harry to call his final, magical creature of darkness into focus, a werewolf. Just like Remus, Harry thought as it howled. Since he could call all 4 creatures in just a second, Godric led Harry through the next step, transformation. Don't go to them, Harry, Godric whispered as Harry floated in the empty space of his mind. Let them come to you, so they can break the barriers. So Harry waited, but his 4 totems just hovered uncertainly. He didn't want to call them. It seemed too much like he was ordering them around. Instead, he welcomed them into himself, welcomed them to pass the barriers. The first 2 to cross were the panther and the werewolf. A foot away, they stopped and looked at each other. The werewolf nodded, and took a step back, allowing the panther to melt into Harry. As soon as the silvery form touched him, Harry felt his body begin to change rapidly. His head shifted, his eyesight grew sharp, his ears grew, moving to the top of his head. The legs came next, growing more muscle, and sprouting paws instead of hands. His tail flicked left, then right. Transformation complete, Harry let out a roar. Godric smiled. Well done, Harry, he said, and held up a mirror. Harry had sleek black fur, and yellow-green eyes. Observing himself, Harry noticed that his scar was gone. He rubbed at his forehead with a paw, trying to pass the message to Godric, who quickly caught on. Sometimes they appear in other places, your stomach, your tail, even your ear. Try looking everywhere. Harry did, and found a lightning bolt mark on the bottom of his front left paw. Godric got Harry's attention by snapping his fingers. Now try to change back. Harry sat, tail moving slowly back and forth as he re-entered his mind. Sensing what it was he wanted, the panther melted out of him, staying inside the barrier, but allowing Harry to change back to human. Without leaving his trance-like state, he obeyed Godric's next instruction and welcomed the werewolf into him. Harry's fear that it would be painful vanished the moment he began to change. Ari shifted to 3 times his normal mass. The transformation was quicker too. His face lengthened into a fanged snout, his ears got bigger and pointed, fur grew and his limbs stretched. His tail sprouted and Harry opened his sharp, yellow eyes. He could hear Godric breathing, Helga in the kitchen, even Rowena turning the pages of her book and Slytherin carefully stirring a cauldron. Wanting to hear their reaction, Harry threw back his head and howled. Harry melted back into human form laughing. Ravenclaw had dropped the book in shock, and Helga nearly jumped out of her skin. Godric was also laughing, mainly because he heard Salazar cursing in the dungeon's blue. He was that loud. Once they'd calmed down, Harry moved on to his next totem. The Phoenix was his 3rd transformation, since the Cobra hadn't made up its mind yet as to whether or not it wanted to cross the barrier. The first thing that changed were his bones. They hollowed out, then he shrank. His nose grew and hardened into a yellow beak. His arms folded and turned into wings. Talons grew from his feet, and feathers sprouted from his body. Beautiful, Godric exclaimed, and held up the mirror again. His eyes were black, with a splinter of emerald green in both. His plumage was mostly red, with the exception of his tail, the tips of his wings, and the crown of feathers on his head. They were all gold. The lightning bolt appeared on his chest, its color white. Harry sang a few notes of a phoenix song, and discovered that his voice was a bit deeper than Fox. All right Harry, for you last totem, I want you to try something else. Godric began. Keep the phoenix shape, but try to become the Cobra without having to become human again. So Harry entered the calm state of mind he needed, and explained mentally what it was he was trying to the totems. He figured that treating them like real beings might help, and it did. The Cobra finally slithered over the barrier, and looked at Harry for a moment, then joined with him at the exact moment the Phoenix left. This was the strangest change of all. Harry felt like his limbs were glued to his sides, and his body shrank, then stretched. His neck grew longer, his eyes smaller. Godric applauded as Harry finished, then held up the mirror. Harry was mostly black, but his stomach was silver. He flared his hood, as Godric told him open, and saw that it was silver too. Harry then bared his fangs. They were ivory, and incredibly sharp. Careful with those, Godric warned. Harry nodded and flickered his tongue, drawing a laugh from Gryffindor. Loop at your tongue, Godric told him after Harry made a questioning noise at him. Harry opened his mouth, and saw what was so amusing. Instead of being forked, Harry's tongue was in the shape of a black lightning bolt. Harry hissed his laughter, then melted into human form. That wasn't too bad, Harry admitted. Harry spent the rest of the day exploring the woods with Helga, making potions with Salazar, and enchanting his ceilings with Rowena. His occlumency went well, and Rowena was able to test him, being a legilimens. She told him after 10 minutes that he would need to prepare himself in case someone tried to use legilimency while he was fighting. On Sunday, Godric accompanied him in the workout room, and was amused by the Muggle machinery. He insisted on trying them, and wasn't too bad. For his day off, Harry practiced catching the snitch he'd gotten out of one of the broom closets, and explored the wood around the hideaway in his animagus shapes. He wanted to know it like the back of his hand. Remembering that no one could find his house, he asked Hedwig to visit Alex, and deliver the letter he'd written on Friday, then wait for her to send a response. Hedwig happily took the letter, and flew away. I hope I'm not too far from London, Harry thought. The next day, the 4 founders returned to their portraits, and Harry chose to explore the wood around the hideaway once more, this time in his animagus forms. Before he left, he asked Salazar if he'd seen Mark. No. After 24 hours, he vanished. It's normal of course, Slytherin assured him. A spell like that doesn't last long, but you can always recast it. Satisfied that there wasn't a rogue mimic of himself running around, Harry left the hideaway, and transformed into his werewolf shape. His panther form was good for treetop walking, and short bursts of speed. But the werewolf was a good, long-distance runner. After looking at his black fur, and not being able to find his scar, Harry began to run, ready to see how far he really was from London. About an hour before sunset, Harry the werewolf trotted wearily through the front door. "Have a good run," Godric joked as he spotted Harry on the stairs. Unable to speak, Harry just nodded his head, and collapsed onto his bed, where he returned to human shape. He was barely able to stay awake during Occlumency, and fell asleep fully clothed the moment he finished. His classes went by quickly for the next 3 days, and only slowed down when Hedwig arrived with Alex's letter. Putting aside his lunch, Harry thanked her, and tore open the envelope. "Good to hear from you, Harry. I wasn't expecting a report that quick, but I'm glad you did anyway. I'm making the final adjustments on the second Seeker's boom. It's come along much easier the second time. Sunday sounds great, by the way. Where do you want to meet? I'm busy until noon, so anytime after that is fine. Well, I hope to hear from you soon, and I'll see you Sunday." "Thanks again, Harry." "Alex." Harry let out a whoop. He'd been worried that she might refuse. He gave Hedwig an extra treat, and put the letter away in the Marauder's box. His gaze was drawn to the envelope that contained his parents' will. Harry hadn't opened it yet, and he wasn't sure why. Swallowing whatever it was that made him hesitant, Harry grabbed the letter, sat on his bed, opened it, and began to read. The official will of James and Lily Potter. To be read and executed by Albus Dumbledore to the following: Harry Potter, Sirius Black, and Remus Lupin. We leave the Potter vault to our son Harry and his godfather, Sirius Black. And our home we leave them as well as Remus. Dear Harry, this is your mother speaking. I wonder how old you'll be when you hear this. Hopefully you'll be a grown man, and have had a wonderful life. We named Sirius you godfather. But should anything happen to him, Remus will be your guardian. We've asked Dumbledore to place you in the care of a loving family if anything were to come upon your two godfathers. Though we pray that won't be necessary. You probably know by now about Voldemort, and he's the reason we hid. Hopefully everything will come out all right in the end. How are you doing? Have you been eating right, making friends, and keeping out of trouble? I hope so. Don't go completely the way your father did. Merlin knows how many times he broke the rules. Well, I hope you have a good life, and I love you so much. And I always will. Hey Squirt, guess who this is? That's right, it's your dad. How ya been? Getting into mischief, right? Grin, don't tell your mother, but I'm going to shush. I'll you every secret there is at Hogwarts. Are you in Gryffindor? If not, that's okay, just do your best not to be in Slytherin. It's a shame you won't be able to freely use the Potter Vault until you're 17, so for now. Hands off the money. Who are your friends? Any enemies? I sure had plenty of both. Actually Harry, I want you to do me a favor. There's another envelope with my seal on it in the Marauder's box. Ask Sirius or Remus about it, and I want you to give that to someone for me. His name is Severus Snape. I don't know if you've met him, and we didn't get along too well in school, but I wanted to clear a few things up. Well, good luck kiddo, and I love ya. James P. P.S. Do you look more like me or Lily? I had a bet with Sirius about it. Harry laughed at the postscript, and closed the will. Smiling, he put it back in the box, happy that his parents didn't dwell on the idea of their deaths. Yet, he was frustrated with Dumbledore. He was supposed to have placed Harry with a loving family, not an abusive one like the Dursleys. Harry looked in the box, and saw the second letter his dad had mentioned. He made a silent promise to give Snape the letter before the school year began. The days until Sunday couldn't have gone by fast enough, and it finally arrived. Harry ate a big breakfast of pancakes, orange juice and toast after his morning routine, then went upstairs to get ready. It was only 8 o'clock, and his lunch with Alex was set for 1, but Harry wanted to take his time getting prepared. He managed to get his hair into some kind of order, using some gel he'd picked up in Diagon Alley yesterday. He didn't want it slicked back like Malfoy did, so he spiked the very front part up, and the rest smooth. After his hair dried, Harry put an altered glamour charm on his scar, hiding it from sight. Then went to his wardrobe. Since he planned to take Alex to a Muggle restaurant, as he'd explained in his second letter, I don't want to attract too much attention, he left his robes alone. Instead, he dressed himself in a gray pair of slacks, a nice, dark blue collared shirt, his black leather jacket, and his black dress shoes. He wore his wand holster tea in case as well as the knife in its holster, and pocketed his magic to Muggle credit card. After looking at himself in the mirror, Harry checked the clock he'd put on the wall. It was only 11. With a sigh, Harry went into the library to study Arthrimacy to pass the time. Whoa, nice look, Godric said, walking into the room in his physical form. Harry grinned weakly and put his book down. Thanks. What's the occasion? A tinge of color appeared on his cheeks. I'm having lunch with a friend at 1. Harry answered. Godric raised an eyebrow. Girlfriend? No, Harry protested. Well, she is a girl, and a friend. But not that kind of girlfriend. Godric laughed at Harry's stumbling words, and pointed at the clock. Better go, your date's gonna start in 5 minutes. Harry leapt out of his seat. It's not a date. He growled with embarrassment, and then teleported to Diagon Alley while Godric began to laugh. He walked to Blurnoff's eye store, made sure no one was inside, then entered and waited for Alex. Harry looked around for a few minutes until he heard someone coming down the stairs. Turning around, Harry was glad he dressed up a bit more than normal. Alex was wearing a black, knee-length skirt, and an emerald green tank top that suited her form perfectly, and matched her eyes. Her hair was loose, falling to her shoulders, and 2 glossy locks framed her face. She tucked one behind her ear. Wow, Harry said, you look great. She smiled at him. Thanks, you too. Harry offered her an arm. Shall we? Alex laughed, and put her hand gently on his arm. This might feel a little weird. He warned her. She assured him that she'd be fine, so Harry teleported them to Black Manor, then rapidly to the alley behind the restaurant. What do you think? He asked. Alex smiled ruefully. It was a bit strange, she admitted. Chuckling, Harry led her into the restaurant. Harry had reservations already, so they were seated at a booth immediately. It took a little while for them to warm up to each other. Enough to talk, but Harry got the conversation moving by asking her where she'd gone to school. Well, I went to Beaubaton's Academy in France for 4 years, and spent my last year in an American school. She told him, you see, in France they start at 9 years old, and my parents died in my 2nd year. I'm sorry, Harry said, I know what that's like. Alex nodded. I'd heard about that. Did you even know them? Harry shrugged. I know what they look like thanks to the Mirror of Erised and some photographs from their friends, but I don't know much about them. What do you know? She asked. So Harry told Alex about Hagrid's gift in his 1st year, the things Remus and Sirius told him, the will he found, and about how his father was a jerk in his 5th year. He didn't go into details. Only said that James embarrassed Snape horribly, just because Sirius had been bored. And now Snape hates me for it, Harry finished as they ate their food. I mean, I know my dad wasn't always like that, and I still I am and everything, I just feel bad. Alex nodded sympathetically. I can understand Snape hating you. There's a guy who used to shop at the store, but ever since Mr. Blurnoff refused to sell him something, he hates everyone in the shop, especially me. Harry laughed at this comparison, drawing a smile from Alex, who was clearly relieved by his reaction. I know it's not the same thing, she added, just the basic idea. Harry grinned back and asked her about her own parents. It turned out that her mother was German, and her father was Irish. They'd met at a Quidditch competition. They were on opposite teams. After my mum hit my da with a bludger, he was out of the game. Her face was the first one he saw when he woke up, Alex told him. He said he fell in love with her right then. My mum doubted it when he found out she'd been the one who'd knocked him out. She smiled. It was a bludger of love, my da always used to say. It was what got his attention in Mum's opinion. After I was born, my mum stayed home with me, and my da retired from the sport to work for the French ministry, in the sports department. They continued to talk through dessert, Harry retelling the story of the philosophers or sorcerers for everyone else like me, Stone, and Alex told him about the trouble she'd gotten into at Bobaton's. "I don't know why, but I feel like I've seen you before this summer," Harry told her as they finished eating. Alex laughed. "You might have," she admitted. "I was at Hogwarts for 1 year after my parents died. During the Chamber of Secrets crisis." Harry gaped at her until she gently tapped his jaw shut with a finger. "Seriously?" he asked. Alex nodded, obviously amused by his reaction. "Mr. Blernoff is my guardian. After my parents died, he took me to Hogwarts. He didn't think it was safe after that, so he took me back to Bobaton's." Looking at the grandfather clock in the lobby of the restaurant, Alex sighed. "Speaking of Mr. Blernoff, I should head back. He's expecting me in half an hour." Harry followed her gaze to the clock. It was 4 p.m. already. "Whoa, I'm sorry I didn't realize this much time passed already," he told her. Alex smiled. "That's okay, neither did I." Harry refused to let her pay any part of the bill, and led her back to the alley. He teleported them both back to the hideaway, then instantly to Blernoff's eye store. Harry walked Alex to the counter, and said goodbye. Before he could leave, she pecked him gently on the cheek. "I had a great time," she said with a smile. Harry was blushing furiously, but managed a small smile as well. Alex turned and went up the back stairs, leaving Harry to teleport back to the hideaway. Harry let out a whoop once he'd gotten into his room, and soundproofed it. After finally calming down, Harry changed into a potion-resistant robe, then went down to the dungeons to practice. Salazar was working on a calming drought, as well as another potion he'd been thinking up, and was able to help Harry with his basic truth potion at the same time. Harry used up the rest of his basic potion's ingredients, as well as a fair share of the others he'd found, and decided that he would get more next Monday. His lessons went quicker, and he made more progress every day. Gryffindor teased him by saying it was because he'd gotten a girlfriend. In place of Animagus training, Godric began to teach him how to apparate, and a few transfiguration tricks that Mark hadn't learned. In Charms, Harry was learning how to create undetectable portkeys. Wizarding history was on Merlin. COMC was based on Thestrals. Potions was 5th year material. Ancient runes was normal, and so was Arthrimacy, offense and defense. Harry reduced his time to clear his mind to 5 minutes, and was able to work out longer during the next 2 weeks. He went out with Alex on Sunday afternoons or Monday evenings, after enduring the teasing Godric gave him, which earned Gryffindor several stinging hexes on occasion, and they talked about Quidditch, school, and their current lives. In his 6th official week of summer, Harry mastered Occlumency no. Nay of the founders could even penetrate his defenses, and he have them several headaches too. Feeling immensely proud of himself and thankful for his wonderful teachers, Harry started to learn more offensive techniques to use in defending his mind. For starters, he could force the person out by striking them with lightning, bombard them with hail or ice pellets, and even cause the clouds below them to disappear, dropping them out of his mind. He also made progress in all his classes. He was almost at Newt level in herbology, COMC and potions. Harry managed to catch up to Owl level in Arthrimacy, ancient runes, and his history classes. He was actually beginning to make his own spells in Arthrimacy. Currently he was working on a shielding spell that would not only block attacks, but absorb them, strengthening the shield. Rowena told him it'd probably take him 8 to 12 months to finish it, but she encouraged him nonetheless. Harry could also translate anything in runes, and was beginning to write them, though it was strange and somewhat difficult to master the curves and lines. Among his other achievements, Harry could pull off professional level moves on his broom perfectly, create a portkey in 10 seconds. Identify over 200 species of plants, recite the ingredients for any potion below Newt level and make them, cast every hex and shield spell with a power level of 9 or higher. Ride his Patronus, though he fell off many a time, work out for an hour without breaking a sweat, and not burn anything he cooked. Phew, long sentence, my apologies for that. Harry was about to go out and refill his potion stock, when Helga looked at him curiously from her portrait in his bedroom. "Something the matter, ma'am?" he asked. She shook her head. "I was just wonderin' if y'all were gonna do something with her hair, it's gotten fair long." Startled, Harry looked in the mirror. His hair came down to an inch above his shoulders when he didn't keep it tucked inside one of his ski caps. Huh, I never really noticed, he admitted. Remembering Bill Weasley's hair, Harry pulled it back into a ponytail. A bit too long, he muttered. From the back he might look like a girl. Using a cutting charm, Harry adjusted it so that his ponytail was only 2 inches long. What do you think? He asked Helga. She nodded, a smile on her face. Much better. Smiling himself, Why bid Helga goodbye and walked down the stairs, looking for Hedwig. Hey girl, I'm going to Diagon Alley, care to join me? He asked once he'd found her in the living room. With a soft hoot, she landed on Harry's shoulder. Smiling again, Harry teleported them both to Diagon Alley. Harry placed an altered glamour charm on his scar again and changed his eye color to black, then headed to the apothecary. The store manager was more than happy to fill Harry's order. It would take an hour, he said, but Harry was willing to wait. Leaving the order under Mark Sean, Harry went to Ollivander's. The store was exactly as he remembered it. Shadowy and crammed full of wand-filled boxes, with a mysterious feeling in the air. How may I help you? A soft voice asked. Harry turned to find Mr. Ollivander Waugh, King towards him through the towering cases full of wand boxes. Yes, I'd like to ask you about something. Harry replied. Your name, sir? Harry sighed inwardly, and checked to make sure no one was going to barge in on them with his magical lenses. Well, I guess I'll tell you, but please Mr. Ollivander, could you keep it a secret? The elderly man looked curiously at Harry with his silvery eyes, then looked at Hedwig, who was perched on the counter. Finally, he nodded. Revelio, Harry thought, and the glamour charm vanished, leaving his scar visible. He also returned his eye color to normal. The wand maker's eyes widened. I thought we had met before, Mr. Potter, but you have changed quite a bit, he said. Please, step into the back room. So Harry followed Mr. Ollivander past the shelves, and into a small room with 2 chairs and a coffee table. What is your question? Mr. Ollivander asked. Harry took a breath. Well, Mr. Ollivander, you know what happened between me and Voldemort during the Triwizard Tournament. Right, he nodded. Well, I can't afford to let that happen again. Yes, it was useful then, but it might not be so useful the next time. What if he uses a different wand? And I'm expecting our wands to connect. What if I get the chance to beat him, only to have it taken away because of our wands? Harry shook his head. Too much depends on my ability to use magic against him. So, what I'm asking is this. I know it's probably not legal, but I was wondering if somehow I could get a second wand. Mr. Ollivander was silent for a few minutes. Harry feared the worst. Mr. Potter, what you ask is, indeed, illegal. He began slowly. I have heard rumors that there is a prophecy of you and he who must not be named. Tell me, if such a thing exists, what is it? Wearily, Harry began to recite it after making sure that this was no imposter, and that there were no trick spells in the room. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him. Born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord shall mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other. For neither can live while the other survives. Quote, Mr. Ollivander's eyes grew sad. He understood what it meant, and did not need to question. I apologize for asking you to repeat it, but I wanted to hear it for myself. From someone I knew would speak the truth in this time of lies. He explained, I will gladly make you another wand, Harry Potter, if it will help you win this war, and be freed of this burden. I will. Harry nodded with relief. It'll help more than you know. So Mr. Ollivander got up. It might take me some time to find a phoenix who will donate a feather, he began, and then I will have to see what the feather will work with. Harry also stood. Mr. Ollivander, I have an idea, he said. I think I can give you a phoenix feather. Mr. Ollivander raised an eyebrow in curiosity. How so? Harry grinned weakly. I regret to say that you must not breathe a word of this. At the wand maker's nod, Harry transformed into his phoenix shape. Mr. Ollivander gasped. Wonderful, my boy. Simply amazing. Perfect form as well. A phoenix your age will deliver a powerful core. Harry trilled a few notes, calming the ecstatic man down. Ah, yes, now, I need you to drop a feather, preferably a tail feather. Harry twitched his plumage, and a golden feather floated gently into Mr. Ollivander's outstretched hand, who then observed it closely. Ah, perfect specimen. No trace of weather or flight damage. And in perfect health. You do have wonderful feathers, Mr. Potter. Harry trilled his laughter, and shifted back into human form. Mr. Ollivander led Harry into his workroom. It reminded him of Alex's workshop. Since they both had carving tools and wood shavings everywhere. The elderly man went over to a separate counter that had various bottles and beakers on it, almost like a potions area. He set the phoenix feather on a stand, then picked up a bottle and sprinkled a pinch of the contents over Harry's feather. A black flash of light followed. Mr. Ollivander continued the process with different items, reminding Harry of the trial to find his first wand 5 years ago. Finally, a flash of golden light glowed in the room from the feather. Interesting, he muttered, then continued with his testing. 10 minutes later, he turned around and announced the results he written on a piece of parchment. It appears your feather will work only with black ash, for wood, and oh my, he stopped. And a basilisk fang. Is something wrong? Harry asked, though the combination was an interesting one at that. No, I just don't have any basilisk fangs, much too dangerous to obtain. Harry smiled. If you can wait a moment of two, I know where to get some. Does it have to be any particular age? No, but the older the better, exact opposite of phoenixes. Mr. Ollivander answered. So Harry left the room and teleported to the hideaway, and ran downstairs to the dungeon. Grabbing the box labeled Basilisk Fangs, Harry checked to make sure there were some inside and teleported back to the wand shop. Here you are, Mr. Ollivander, Harry said, and handed the box to him. He didn't ask where Harry had gotten them, only praised the age of the fangs. The older wizard selected one fang, and gently set it on his work table. It will take me a day or two to finish it, he told Harry. I'll come by in 2 days then, Harry agreed. He thanked Mr. Ollivander immensely for doing this and reconcealed his scar, then left the store to pick up his potion ingredients with Hedwig flying above him. Severus had just finished his withdrawal at Gringotts, when he decided to go to Flourish and Blots to see if his order was in yet. Walking down the street, and occasionally glaring at those who looked at him, Severus swore as an owl whizzed over his head, startling him. It was a white owl, and he followed it, planning to scare the owner out of their wits for letting their owl fly around unwatched. The owl landed on the outstretched arm of a teenage boy near the apothecary. His jet black hair was tied back into a small ponytail, and his emerald green eyes scanned the street. Potter, Snape whispered, unable to believe it. Eyes still on his least favorite and runaway student, Severus got out his wand. Hedwig landed on Harry's arm once he walked out of the apothecary, purchases already shrunken and put in his pocket. Sorry it took so long, he told her, want to get some food. She flapped her wings in answer, and lifted off his arm. A lucky step forward saved him from being hit by a stunner. Harry's wand jumped into his hand while he scanned the area. The spell had come from behind. A dark-robed figure darted back around the store corner. Thinking it could be a trap, Harry stayed where he was. Severus ducked behind the store and cursed silently when his stunner missed. Come on, Potter, he thought as he waited for the boy to follow, come and play the hero. But the boy didn't come. Risking a peek around the corner, he was met by a stinging hex. It was NT as bad as the Cruciatus curse the Dark Lord used so often, but it was enough to make him wince slightly in pain. Severus fired off 3 simultaneous stunners, leaving Potter no escape, or so he thought. As Harry saw the 3 stunners coming towards him, he realized that he was trapped. With the wall behind him, and the stunner covering his sides and front, he had nowhere to go. A moment before they hit him, Hedwig dove right in front of the path of the middle stunner, giving Harry an escape route. The stunner had an extremely powerful effect on the owl, and punched through her chest. Harry caught his bleeding owl as she fell, and glared murderously at his attacker whom he didn't quite recognize. After that, Harry teleported to the hideaway. Harry rushed his owl down to the dungeon, applying pressure to her injury. What happened? Helga asked. She'd seen him running and followed. It's Hedwig, she's been hurt, got hit by a stunner. He replied, trying frantically to stop the bleeding. More than anything, Helga wanted to jump out of her portrait and help, but she'd used up her 2 days. 5 minutes later, the bleeding stopped, but at a price. Hedwig had taken the hit in her heart, and there was no way to heal that. "I'm so sorry, Hedwig," Harry choked out, tears streaming down his face. "You shouldn't have had to do that, it's all my fault." She managed to give a small, carefree hoot, trying to comfort her loving master. Harry stroked her feathered head until it drooped, and her heart stopped beating. "Why does this always happen?" he yelled. "Why does everybody die because of me?" Harry received no answer. Helplessly, he put his head in his hands and cried, his tears dripping onto Hedwig's cooling body. Severus blinked as he saw Potter disappear. Had the boy learned to apparate? He cursed himself for his failure to capture the boy, and walked back to the leaky cauldron, forgetting all about his reason for being in Diagon Alley. He held back a shudder as he remembered the glare Potter had given him. Now Severus wasn't a cowardly man. Merlin knew he was a double agent spying on the Dark Lord, who could scare people with just his name, but the look Potter had given him was enough to make him hope the boy hadn't realizes who he was. And that was saying something. Remus meets Alex. The woes of a werewolf. Harry continued to cry silently for several minutes, wishing Hedwig would come back. Helga was about to leave, her own tears forming, when something strange happened. Where Harry's tears had fallen, Hedwig's feathers began to smoke. Harry glanced up, feeling warmth in the air. Without warning, Hedwig's body burst into golden flame. A phoenix song rang throughout the room, higher and softer than Fox, and as comforting as the memories Harry had of his parents. Out of the flames, a bird flew swirling into the air. The flames vanished, leaving Harry to stare at the newborn phoenix. A white beak protruded from her red-gold face. She was larger than Harry's phoenix form, and had a copper-colored tail. Her chest was red, and the tips of her tail and wings were white, as were her talons. "Hedwig," Harry whispered, wanting desperately to believe it. She trilled a short song, and landed on Harry's shoulder, gently rubbing her beak against the side of his face. Harry stroked Hedwig in return, oblivious to everything but his friend who had died and come back again. "Welcome home," he whispered. Miles away from Black Manor, Albus Dumbledore awoke with a start from his makeshift office in Grimmauld Place. "What is it, Albus?" Minerva asked, rushing into the room. "The wards on the Dursley home have fallen," he answered gravely. Her face grew pale. "What does that mean?" He rubbed his eyes tiredly. "Either Voldemort has succeeded, or Harry no longer can call it home." "I'll alert the others," she promised, as Severus entered the room. "Is everything all right?" Albus asked with concern. Severus and his role in the Order worried him often. The much younger wizard nodded. "Somewhat. I was in Diagon Alley, and I ran into Potter." Dumbledore sat up straighter in his chair. "You found him?" Severus shook his head. "No. He was exiting the apothecary. And I recognized his owl. Knowing he would not come willingly with me of all people, I tried to stun him. He vanished after my second try." "He's learned to apparate," Minerva whispered in shock. "I don't think so. There was no noise at all." Dumbledore sighed. "We'll just have to wait for him to." A shriek rang throughout the entire house, starting from Molly Weasley. The three professors rushed into the living room, where a phoenix was sitting on the mantel of the fireplace, a letter in its beak. "That's not Fox," Severus noted. Dumbledore stuck out an arm. "Add the foe." Nyx gracefully flew over and landed on it. Albus took the letter, and the phoenix returned to the fireplace. With a sigh of both anxiety and relief, Albus told them. "It's from Harry." Molly dropped the duster she was holding. Severus eyed the phoenix warily, and Minerva sat down heavily on an armchair. "What does it say?" she asked. Dumbledore read it aloud, "To the Order from Talon. I'm writing to let you know that I am alive and well. In fact, I'm having the best summer of my life, with the exception of staying at the Burrow. As I return to my home, after an attempted attack," Severus cringed inwardly. "I realized it was Professor Snape who'd tried to subdue me. I can't say I blame him. It's not like I'd willingly come to headquarters with him, or any of you for that matter. I'm going to apologize for departing unknown by you 2 weeks into the summer, so do not take this letter as one, and I will not allow myself to be chastised for my actions either. I run my own life now. I can assure you Tom has no idea of my whereabouts, nor do any of his little helpers for that matter. The Dursleys are no longer what one might call family, mind you they never were except by my mother's blood. And I will not be returning to them, not now, and not in any time in the future. I am surprised you had me placed with that family in the first place, Headmaster. Nevertheless, what is done is done. And neither of us may change it. As you might have gathered by now, I am perfectly able to defend, escape and hide when needed. I also assure you that I did not apparate, though do not tr. Why my patience and therefore encourage me to learn. I know some of you are worried, some of you could care less, and some of you might not think that this is indeed me writing. So, to assure you that I am fine without your shadowing. I will make an appearance next week. I will not say when. It is up to you to be prepared, and I suggest that you do just that. Please say hello to my friends, I will know if you do not. I will see you soon. So I urge you to get ready, you will need it. Talon P. Albus closed the letter, and Severus was half grumbling, and half admitting that Potter had sounded rather dare he think it Slytherin-like, in the letter. The headmaster nodded at the phoenix to show that he understood, and the bird vanished in a burst of flame. What now? Molly asked, still somewhat shocked at Harry's choice of words. Dumbledore stared into the fire. We wait. Harry waited anxiously for 10 minutes while Hedwig delivered the letter. When she did return, Harry gave her some fish from the kitchens as a reward from now on. He spoiled her. The next day, Harry went through his routine, and began his normal, Tuesday classes. He was almost able to apparate, 2 more weeks and he'd be able to get around without having to teleport to his home first. Potions was coming along nicely, and Salazar had begun to teach him how to make Veritaserum on the side of his normal potions. His first bath would be ready right before school began, and it required intense concentration. Defense was getting more interesting. Now Harry had to use terrain, physical exercise, his broom, and his Animagus abilities to dodge the onslaught of spells. Offense was target practice. Harry fired stunners and hexes rapidly at the flying targets. After he'd mastered that, Salazar promised something new on Thursday. Godric taught him many useful plays and tricks in Quidditch, and Harry was eager to tell Ron, as his best friend was still on the Quidditch team, and Harry wasn't sure if his ban had been lifted. Since Salazar had taught him everything there was to know about Hogwarts, including several passageways between classrooms that even the Marauders hadn't found, Harry asked if he would mind giving extra potions lessons. Salazar happily agreed. Wednesday also went by quickly. Harry was 1/16 done with his new spell in Arthrimacy, and was getting the hang of writing in runes. Harry experimented in herbology, mixing different plants with various liquids to find out the result. He found some good, some bad, and some very useful on both sides. Thursday and Friday were both preparation for Saturday, and reviewing what they'd done earlier in the week. Salazar began to teach Harry how to become an effective duelist, by drilling him endlessly in the simplest spells until he could do them in his sleep. Though they hoped that wouldn't happen too often, Harry would be ready to try his first apparition in 2 weeks, and he discovered that phoenix tears mixed with crushed woodgrass would stop an injury from bleeding and heal it at the same time. On Saturday, Harry dueled with the 4 founders. He beat Helga and Godric, and almost beat Rowena, but didn't come close to defeating Salazar. Not too bad, Slytherin told him after Harry was thrown against the wall with a Parslo's Expelliarmus. Thanks, Harry said, and got up with a wince. To give him a break, Godric suggested that they play some Quidditch. Not a real game, since we don't have enough players, just some catch, throw, beat and seek. It took a while to convince Rowena, but in the end she agreed. None of them could beat Harry as Seeker. And he wasn't on his new broom either. They all rode Comet 260s, since there were 7 of them in one of the broom closets. 5 o'clock came too quickly in Harry's opinion. As time always flies when you're dreading something, and he wasn't exactly happy to stop playing. With a sigh, Harry returned to his room, changed into his Muggle outfit of black slacks, a white shirt, and his leather jacket. Got James's letter to Snape, and then called Hedwig over. Good luck, Godric said as Harry prepared to leave for headquarters. Harry smiled. Thanks, I'll need it. You'll do fine, Rowena told him soothingly. She's right, ya know. Helga agreed. Salazar clapped him on the shoulder in a rare gesture of support. Just remember Occlumency if you start to get angry. Harry smiled again at all of them. Hedwig sang softly on his shoulder. Let the fireworks begin, Harry said, and with that, teleported to the front door of the invisible, unplottable, and unfindable, number 12. Grimmauld Place. He knocked quietly on the door, after making sure there were no muggles around. In just moments, Molly Weasley opened the door. As she saw him, she barely kept in a screech, and let him in, then closed the door. The first thing she did was give him a verbal beating of worry. Do you know how worried we've been, young man? She yelled as Harry looked at her. Not a single word for 6 weeks. Don't you ever do that again, Harry. She finished her last statement with a hug, and Harry couldn't help but grin when he realized he was now taller than her. While she had yelled at him, the entire Weasley family who knew about the order, as well as Remus, Tonks, Moody, McGonagall, Dumbledore and Snape, had all entered the room. It's so nice to hear her yelling at someone else. Fred sighed. Harry grinned again, and was bombarded by both Ginny and Hermione with hugs. Chuckling, Harry gently pulled them off and shook hands with Ron and Lupin. Nice hair, Ron told him with a slight smile. Thanks, I'm catching up to you too, Harry replied. Whereas Ron was only an inch away from 6 feet after his major growth spurt, Harry was only an inch shorter than his best friend. You're a mess, Harry told Remus jokingly, looking at his scruffy hair and the dark circles under his eyes. I know, full moon was last night, he replied, smiling as he shook Harry's hand. Harry took a small breath, and looked at his professors, keeping his face blank. I must admit, Harry, you've given us quite a scare, Dumbledore said with amusement, though the laughter didn't reach his eyes. I know, sir, Harry replied evenly, but I can take care of myself, thank you anyways. The headmaster nodded at the phoenix on Harry's shoulder. And who is this? Harry glanced at Snape, then back to Dumbledore. Hedwig, sir. Several sharp intakes of breath sounded throughout the room. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. How did that happen? Well, when she was an owl, she got hit in the heart by a stunner. Harry explained. The spell went right through her, and she started to bleed. I took her home, but it was too late, she died. Or at least that's what I thought. I don't know exactly why, but her body burst into flame, and she came out a phoenix. Dumbledore nodded and looked around at the others who'd entered the room. Forgive me, but I need to speak with Harry alone for a moment. The members of the order left with backward glances, except for Ron, Hermione, Ginny and Remus. I'll be fine, Harry told them, and I won't leave until I get a chance to talk with you. This seemed to satisfy them, and Harry was left alone with Dumbledore and Hedwig. Please, take a seat. Harry sat in an armchair opposite of Dumbledore, with Hedwig perched on the fireplace mantel once more. Harry, I must say I am disappointed with you. Running away like that was very irresponsible. Before he could go on, Harry broke in with his own comments. With all due respect, sir, I wasn't going to allow myself to be chastised, and that's what you are doing right now. From my point of view, I am not the irresponsible one, the Dursleys are. If I were irresponsible, I would have just gone out without a plan, revealing myself to the world. If I were irresponsible, you and the Order would have found me. If I were irresponsible, I wouldn't have a life, Harry stated, flat-voiced. Very well, Dumbledore said. I will not chastise you, as you're saying. Tell me, why did you leave, and where? Harry felt a subtle prickling feeling in his mind. Dumbledore was using legilimency against him. Harry quickly zapped him with lightning, one of the more painful ways out. Don't try that again, Headmaster, Harry warned with anger flashing in his eyes. If I won't tell you, why? Oh, you won't fit out by creeping into my head. Dumbledore looked taken aback. I didn't want to be rude, but I will be if that's what it takes to get my point across. I am pissed. He didn't seem affected anymore. Why, if I may ask? Are you angry? Harry took out his parents' will, then slid it towards Dumbledore across the coffee table. The bold title stood out like paint on wax against the pale parchment. You kept this from me, Harry said coldly. My parents wanted me to either go to Sirius, Remus, or a loving family. At this statement, Harry used reverse occlumency, forcing Dumbledore to look into his mind. Before he could react, Harry shoved every single memory of the Dursleys in Dumbledore's face. The times Dudley beat him, the scant meals, the taunting, everything. Now you tell me, Headmaster. Does that look like a loving family? Harry demanded in an icy voice. Did you notice that my first letters to Hogwarts were addressed to a cupboard? Or did you not care, as long as I was safe? Well, guess what, I wasn't safe. Maybe I was from Voldemort, but not from my own blood, which kept me safe from him. The twinkle was replaced by grief in Dumbledore's eyes. I've thought about apologizing for all of this behavior of mine, but the more I think about it, the less I want to. I'll apologize for worrying everyone. I'll apologize for making them waste their time on a futile search. But I won't apologize for leaving, for living my own life. Harry softened his tone from the icy, angry one it had been throughout his speech. I understand that you did your best to help me, Headmaster. That you did what you thought best. But all I can say to that is, it wasn't, but thank you for trying. They remained silent, just looking in each other's eyes. Harry's were rebellious and understanding. Dumbledore's were sad and defeated. I will try to regain your trust, Harry, Dumbledore finally said, now that I know I have truly lost it. I will not keep anything more from you. And I will tell Remus of his guardianship if you wish, unless you want to. Harry nodded and got out of his chair, taking the will with him. Thank you, Headmaster, and I'm sorry I had to say all this, but you left me no other option. With that, Harry walked up the stairs, leaving Dumbledore alone with Hedwig and his own troubled thoughts. Harry visited Remus first and told him about the option of guardianship. He clearly wanted to, but forced him to bring up the obvious. But Harry, I'm a werewolf, it'll be difficult. Harry smiled. Don't worry about it, I've learned a lot of things over the summer. Like what? Lupin asked doubtfully. With an evil grin, Harry transformed first into a panther, then a phoenix, a cobra, and finally, a werewolf, drawing an amazed gasp from Remus with each shift. What the 4 animals? He exclaimed. Where'd you learn to do it? Harry told him about their split inheritance of the Black Vault, Black Manor, and Grimmauld Place, though he didn't say the names of his tutors. You can meet them if you come home with me, Harry teased. Remus laughed. Anything else, Captain? Yeah, time to get you some new clothes. Moony immediately went into protesting mode, but finally gave in when Harry repeated Sirius' words, the Marauders take care of their own. After agreeing on returning with Harry to his hideaway, Remus told Harry that he should go talk to his friends. Harry, Ginny shrieked as he opened the door and stuck his head in. Come on in, mate, Ron called. You've given us a heck of a fright. Harry laughed. Sorry about that, I needed some time alone. Yeah, lots of it. Ginny scolded. So, what have you been up to? Hermione asked. After casting an invisible soundproofing charm on the room, Harry explained Dumbledore's letter, his escape, and then his trip to Gringotts. You've got 3 vaults, Ron whispered. Harry nodded, and only one isn't being watched. Changing the subject so they wouldn't ask about the rest of his summer, he asked. Have you guys gotten your school stuff yet? Ginny giggled. It's still 2 weeks away, school I mean. Harry shrugged. Can never be too careful. He's right, you know, Hermione said earnestly, speaking of school. How's your schoolwork coming? What did you get on your owls? Well, I got 8 owls out of 9, 2 for Dada alone. Same here, mate. Ron gave him a high five. Newt level Dada, here we come. Harry laughed and continued. I've gotten my schoolwork done. It was pretty easy actually. Ron scoffed. Potions. Easy. Ha, I found it easy, Hermione said defensively. Well, that's 'cause you're a bloody genius, Herms, Ron replied. Harry grinned weakly. Actually, Ron, Hermione is a genius, no offense. None taken, but I found it pretty manageable. Ron rolled his eyes. Watch. Next you'll be in Snape's Newt class. Ginny laughed with her brother, and Harry blushed. I'm already in Snape's Newt class. Their eyes boggled. You're kidding me, Ron exclaimed. Harry shook his head. Nope. Not kidding. Ron and Ginny burst into hysterics. You've got another year with Snape, Ron choked out. Don't worry, Harry, Hermione said, I'm in it too. Ron barely got an A on his potions owl. Now it was Harry's turn to laugh. Although he'd planned to leave after talking with his friends, Mrs. Weasley convinced him to stay. It was the least he could do. Ince he'd scared the living magic out of her, as she'd said. So, at 7 o'clock, Harry sat down to eat dinner with the Order. Ron was on his left, and Remus was on his right, with Bill sitting across from him. As they made their way through Molly's specialty, meatloaf, Harry chatted with his friends, careful to keep his gaze averted from Dumbledore. "You've grown quite a bit, Harry," Remus noted. Harry grinned. "Another thing I've been working on." "What else have you been working on?" Aware that Moody was listening intently from his seat next to Bill, Harry chose his words carefully. "Bookwork, really. Things that don't require a wand." Harry answered vaguely. It was a half-truth, seeing as how ancient runes, herbology, comc, potions, Quidditch, and history didn't need a wand to do it. Remus nodded and changed the subject to owls. "Did you like your scores?" "I think I got 8 or 9 in my 5th year. Actually, I got 8 out of 9, Harry said with a smile. "I would have gotten 7, but I got an O+, in defense." Remus beamed at him. "Even with all those crazed teachers?" Harry joked. His former professor laughed. Harry noticed the surprised faces on the nearby diners at Remus' laugh. "I'll ask him about it later," Harry promised silently. The rest of the meal was wonderful, ending in key lime pie. Snape left the table when the dessert was served, and went upstairs. Remembering his dad's letter, Harry waited 5 minutes after finishing his pie, then excused himself, promising Remus he wouldn't leave just yet. After making sure Moody wasn't watching him, Harry tried out his X-ray vision. After looking through doors, Harry spotted the potions master in the attic. Taking a breath, Harry turned off his X-ray feature, and went up to confront his least favorite teacher. Harry knocked cautiously on the door. "Enter," came Snape's voice. Harry opened the door, and waited for Snape to finish adding the ingredient in his hand. Bitterroot, Harry identified, probably for Remus. "Wolfsbane potion." Snape stirred the cauldron a little while longer, wiped his brow, then turned to see who his visitor was. "What do you want, Potter?" he sneered, although inside he was Vu that this was about the attack on the boy's owl. Harry counted to 5 silently in his head to keep back an angry retort. "To talk, sir." Snape raised an eyebrow. "Why?" "Because I need to." Snape rolled his eyes. "What about?" Harry readied himself for the attack to come. "My dad." Snape stiffened. He was relieved that it wasn't about the owl, but bitter at the new topic. Harry began to talk before either of them exploded. "Listen, I'm sorry for looking in your pensive that night. It was rude. I thought it was stuff from the Order, stuff that was being kept from me. I was frustrated with the Order then, and I didn't think about what else it could have been. But when I said I wanted to talk about my dad, I meant it." Harry's tone turned somewhat bitter. "You might be surprised, but your worst memory is now one of my worst memories." "And why is that?" Snape hissed. "Because now you know how much you're like him." Harry looked at the floor, furious. "No, sir, I'm not like him. He was a royal get to you. I'm not denying it. That's why it's one of my worst memories. I've thought all this time that my dad was nice, got into trouble, but nice. And ever since I met you, you've been telling me he wasn't. I fought with you about it for 5 years, only to find out that you were right too." Harry drew his gaze defiantly from the floor. "Sirius, Remus, and Hagrid, they all talk about him the way I pictured him. And I still do. But whenever he's mentioned, half my mind goes back to how mean he was in 5th year. I'm not going to be like that. What I mean is, I might look just like him. But I'm not like he was in 5th year. I want you to actually see that." Harry took a quiet breath, and pulled out the letter. "This is from him. He told me in his will to give it to you. I don't know if threats, or advice, or whatever, but just read it, please, sir." Snape took the letter. "Fine," he replied. Harry nodded. "Thank you, Professor, and I don't know if you care, but Hedwig doesn't blame you either. And I guess I can't either. I'll see you in class." With that, Harry turned and walked out of the attic. Half an hour later, Harry bid everyone goodbye, and told Remus to meet him outside when he was ready. How Remus was able to slip away on the night of the last full moon, Harry had no idea. So, Harry quickly hid them both under his invisibility cloak, told Hedwig the plan, and teleported himself and Remus to the hideaway after making sure Moody wasn't watching. Harry didn't have time to show Remus around, or introduce him to the four founders, because Remus immediately began to transform as they rushed inside. Harry warned his tutors as he and Remus went into Harry's bedroom. Harry swiftly turned into a panther, and waited for Remus to finish. "Hey there, Harry," Remus growled, or should I say Talon. Harry flicked his tail in amusement, either one Moony. Moony yipped his laughter. "So, I know we're at Black Manor, but how'd we get here, and how did the Order not find it?" "Well, Sirius left it to both of us in his will, which I found in the Marauder's box. He told me to find Black Manor. Think of him. The Order hasn't found it because there's anti-apparition wards for 100 yards in every direction, anti-magic detection wards for twice that distance, and a Fidelius charm on it too. Who's the secret keeper?" "I am." Lupin nodded his understanding. "Would you mind showing me around?" "I promise not to bite anyone." Harry purred his laughter, and led Remus out the door after turning the handle with his paws with a fair amount of difficulty. He showed Remus the Chimera room, and promised to explain later. Then they went to the study. Surprisingly, Rowena wasn't in it. "Harry, is that your family tree?" Moony asked, amusement tinging his voice. Harry nodded. "Yeah, interesting, if distant relatives," Remus teased, then followed Harry out the door. Godric was in the dueling room with Rowena. They paused their fight when Harry and Remus walked in. "That'd better be an Animagus," Godric said warily. Harry transformed into human. "Don't worry, there's a potion called Wolfsbane that allows a werewolf to keep their human mind even when they transform. Remus wouldn't hurt anybody." "Well, in that case," Godric jumped off the dueling platform and offered the werewolf a hand. "Name's Godric. I'm Harry's Animagus, defense, Quidditch and apparition tutor." Moony yipped his laughter and put a paw in Godric's hand. It never occurred to him that this might be the actual found of Gryffindor House. "And I am Rowena," Ravenclaw said, and inclined her head in greeting. "I have been teaching Harry Arthrimacy, ancient runes, and the history of the magical world." Moony gave Harry a surprised look, and nodded his own head in return greeting to Rowena. "Well, this is the dueling room," Harry hastily explained. "Since I can do magic here, I've been practicing spells against those dummies, and occasionally my tutors." Lupin nodded, and Harry bid Godric and Rowena goodbye, then shifted into panther shape again and led Moony downstairs. Harry showed him all the guest rooms, and said he could either take one of those, or Harry would see Ombine 2 of them to make another master bedroom. Remus told him it wasn't necessary to make a bigger room, and so Harry took Remus down to the ground floor. Harry introduced Helga to Remus in the kitchen, then showed the werewolf the laundry, dining and living rooms. "I'm still trying to figure out how to connect the fireplace to the flow network without the ministry finding out," Harry explained as they headed to the dungeon. Remus had surprised Harry by agreeing with Harry's illegal, but useful, acts. "I can help you with that," Remus told him. "I remember talking with Arthur and Moody about it." Harry thanked him and began to go downstairs, Lupin right behind him. He explained the locked door, and even let Remus try to knock it down, with a warning of course. The sound of a werewolf crashing into the iron door drew Harry's last tutor out of the potions lab, an annoyed look on his face. "What's all that racket?" he asked irritably. Harry turned back into human and introduced Remus. "He's already taken the Wolfsbane potion I told you about," Harry explained. He was trying to break down the locked door across the hall. Salazar eyed Lupin cautiously. "Well, I dare say it's not going to budge. I'm Harry's potions, offense, and Hogwarts history teacher, by the way." Harry translated Lupin's response. "He says he hopes you're doing a good job so I can make it through potions this year." Salazar laughed. "I assure you, Mr. Lupin, Harry has caught up to Newt level, and on his way to passing it." Harry blushed at the rare compliment, and Remus gently licked his hand. "Well, show Mr. Lupin the potions room," Slytherin told him. "I'm working on an idea I came up with a few years ago, so please, don't try to test the strength of the tables." Harry smiled, and followed Salaz in after transforming into a panther once more. Moony then followed. Lupin was impressed with the potion-filled cabinet. Over the summer, Harry had filled it 2/3 of the way with bottled potions and healing pastes. "Now I know why you've been so busy," Remus joked. Harry flicked his tail in silent laughter, and showed Remus the storeroom, Actually, these are for wands, Harry began. Then realized he was late to pick up his wand from Ollivander's. I'll go when Remus goes to sleep, he promised silently. The workout room was next, and Remus made Harry demonstrate his normal routine. Sighing, Harry used all the machines for 5 minutes, then returned to panther shape. Very good, Harry, Moony complimented. Harry thanked him, then led his guardian to the armory. If I could whistle, I would, Remus said, looking at the mass of weaponry. I'd carry one of those, and learn how to use it. I actually have one in a holster on my arm, and I've been working with Godric and Salazar to learn how to use it. Harry replied. Remus stretched and yawned. Do you mind if I go to bed, Talon? Of course not, I'll be going to sleep in a couple of hours, he replied. Are you sure you don't want a larger room? Lupin yipped his amusement. Yes, I'm sure. Harry nodded. Tomorrow we'll go get you some new robes. Moony rolled his eyes. Yes, Captain Talon. He mocked. Harry chased Remus up the stairs, tackling him playfully as they entered one of the guest rooms. Laughing in wolf-typed yips, Moony rolled over and pinned Talon in return. Growling his own amusement, Harry too RNED into a cobra and slid out from under the werewolf. I'll get you next time, Moony promised. Sue or you will, Harry teased, then slithered as fast as he could out of the room. As soon as he heard Remus lay down, Harry teleported to Ollivander's. The store was closed, but the wand maker saw Harry and quickly let him in. I'm sorry I'm late, Mr. Ollivander, Harry apologized. The elderly wizard smiled. Not to worry, my boy. I was only able to finish your wand yesterday, come and see. Harry followed Mr. Ollivander to the back room, where a gray wand box lay on the table. I've never made one quite like this. Your feather had peculiar tastes, I must say, he said as he handed the box to Harry. Harry took off the lid, and inhaled sharply. The wand was 13 inches long, and about the same thickness as his other wand. The wood was polished and black, the 4-inch handle was made of ivory, with silver wire inlaid in a spiral pattern. It's beautiful, he whispered, looking up at Mr. Ollivander. The wand maker's eyes were excited, his tone proud. Yes, and very powerful. More than your wand and its twin put together. Harry stared at him. I can't thank you enough for this, Mr. Ollivander. If there's any way I can repay you, just name it. My only wish is this. Do not abuse the wand's power. It was made with good intentions, see that it is used for good intentions, and good alone. I swear I will, Harry replied solemnly. Mr. Ollivander, I never doubted that you would. After listening to Mr. Ollivander explain why it had taken him so long to make it, Harry bid the older man good night. Then cautiously left the store and teleported home. Harry woke up early the next morning, and began his daily routine. Remus still wasn't up after Harry finished his shower. He went downstairs to make breakfast for everyone. Half an hour later, Harry set the platters of eggs, bacon, sausage and toast on the table, along with 2 jugs of milk and orange juice and tableware. Godric was the first to arrive, having smelt the food and dragged Rowena along with him to the dining room. Helga and Remus arrived shortly after, and Salazar was last. What a surprise, the bacon isn't burnt to ash, Slytherin said dryly. Harry blushed. Well, it's better than toast, Helga retorted. Ya always manage to make the bread explode. The others laughed while Salazar glared at her, muttering darkly in Parsleytongue. Harry nudged him. That wasn't very nice, he said cheerfully. Slytherin's face colored, but Harry grinned. Don't worry, I won't tell, just reminding you that I can hear every word you say. What happened to the days where students respected their teachers? Salazar asked sarcastically as he looked towards the ceiling. Remus and Godric choked on their food with laughter. Careful, Harry said, patting Lupin on the back. Moony nodded, and took a drink from his goblet. Thank you, Talon, he said. Harry smiled. No problem, Moony. The 6 chatted for another half an hour while they ate. Then began to clean up the remains of their meal. Ready to go? Harry asked Remus once the table was cleared. Go where? Diagon Alley. New robes, remember. Lupin sighed. Harry, I'm perfectly fine with the Marauders take care of their own, Harry said firmly. Ah, the magic words, he thought smugly as Remus sighed in defeat. All right, let's go. With a grin, Harry put a hand on his new guardian's shoulder, then teleported them both to Diagon Alley. Harry looked around with his X-ray vision. Satisfied that no one was spying on them, Harry led Remus to Gringotts. "It is good to see you again, Mr. Harry," Griphook said as they approached. Harry smiled. "It's nice to see you too, Griphook." The goblin nodded. "Do you wish to go to your connected vault?" "Yes please, and this is Remus Lupin," Harry answered. Griphook inclined his head in greeting. "Are you aware of your position, Mr. Lupin?" "I am," he replied. So Griphook led them to the carts, and plummeted down to the depths of Gringotts. "Brace yourself," Harry murmured to his guardian once they'd opened the doors. Thanks to Harry's warning, Remus' jaw only slackened a little, showing his surprise. The effect hadn't let Harry go just yet, but he no longer gaped at the contents. They only spent a few minutes filling Remus' bag, then rocketed back up to the surface at super speed. "Thanks again, Griphook," Harry said with a smile. "My pleasure, Mr. Harry," the goblin replied, looking at Lupin's green-tinged face with a wicked gleam of amusement in his eyes. Harry then led Remus outside. While the werewolf regained his composure from the wild ride. "Madam Malkin's first," Harry ordered, earning a chuckle from his guardian. "Yes, Captain Talon," he replied dryly. Harry put a quick glamour charm on his scar, and followed Remus inside. While Lupin was getting fitted for an entire wardrobe, Harry went up to the counter and asked for some black work robes that would fit him. He gave the name Mark Sean so the employee could look up his measurements. 30 minutes later, Harry exited with 5 more robes, a dragon hide vest and boots, and Remus with 11 robes, 3 dress robes and the rest for daily wear. "Anywhere special you want to go?" Harry asked when they'd shrunken their purchases. Remus shook his head. "You." Harry's eyes strayed to Blurnoff's eye store. "Actually, I want to introduce you to someone," he answered. "All right," Remus said, and followed Harry down the street as Harry told him a bit about his relationship with Alex. The bell on the door sounded, and Alex looked up from her account book on the counter. "Hello, Harry," she greeted him with a smile. "I wasn't expecting you." Harry smiled back. "I was in the neighborhood, and I wanted to introduce you to Remus Lupin, my guardian." Remus shook her hand. "It's nice to meet you," he said. "Same to you, Mr. Lupin. I'm Alex," she replied. "Alex was at Hogwarts, but left right before you came," Harry explained. She grinned. "And I'm sorry I did." From what Harry said, "You're a wonderful teacher." Remus blushed slightly. "Thank you." To Harry he muttered, "How much did you tell her?" Harry smiled weakly. "Enough," he answered uncertainly. Alex laughed, and the three talked for another 20 minutes about various things. "Hey, what do you say to lunch in a couple of hours?" Harry suggested. "If Mr. Lupin doesn't mind me tagging along," Alex answered. Remus chuckled. "Not at all." She smiled. "Then I'd love to." So Harry made arrangements to pick her up in 2.5 hours, and he and Remus left the store. "She seems like a nice girl," Mooney commented. "She is," Harry replied. They spent their remaining time catching up with each other as they talked in a park in Muggle London, careful to make sure no one would hear them by placing a jumble charm on the area around them. This would make them sound like they were speaking a language the listener didn't know. Remus filled Harry in on order business, while Harry in turn gave a full description of everything he'd done during the summer. Lupin wasn't sure about the whole Four Founders thing, but he promised to ask the portrait escaping mages once they returned to the hideaway. The last thing Harry did was show Remus the hideaway map, which now showed all 4 Founders and Hedwig. "I think I believe you," Remus stated, looking at the names. "You did this quite well too." "Well, you're the one who wrote me what to do," Harry reminded him, then explained about the letter he'd found written by Remus. "Ah, I'd forgotten about that," Remus said as Harry wiped the map blank. "Sirius was bored, and asked me to do the explaining. I was the non-stupid one, according to him." There was a silence following the mention of Sirius, until RRY remembered the question he'd come up with yesterday. "Remus, last night at dinner I made you laugh," Harry began, "and when you did, everyone seemed so, well, surprised." "Why?" Lupin slouched, closing his eyes. "Harry, it was a full moon, but that's not the entire reason I looked the way I did," he sighed. "No doubt you also wondered how I was able to come with you, the night of Transformation. Harry nodded, but kept silent, allowing Remus to continue. You see, the truth is I haven't been doing too well lately, dealing with serious death I mean. Over the summer, I've locked myself in my room brooding. No one was able to reach me, I cut myself off from everyone. It was the worst thing I could have done. He shuddered. Without human contact, I lost control of my transformations. Harry barely kept in a gasp. Were you safe? He whispered. Sadly, Moony shook his head. No, without the wolfsbane potion I didn't like Snape much at the time I became a full werewolf, just like I did in your 3rd year. When did it stop? Harry asked quietly. Minerva came in as a cat, and talked to me. I must have been making a lot of racket, because the entire order was outside my door. When Minerva spoke to me, the wolf faded, and I returned to normal. Since then, I've spoken with her once a week, and no one else, until you came. Harry was stunned. Nobody told you I was missing, did they? Again, Remus shook his head, an ashamed look on his suddenly tired face. I'm sorry, Harry, I should have asked about you. It's not your fault, Harry said firmly. I ran off, I didn't want to be found. I should have remembered I'm not the only one Sirius cared about. I was selfish. They sat in silence until Remus said that they should probably go back to Diagon Alley. It's never good to keep a lady waiting. Lupin said with determined cheerfulness. Harry smiled, ended the charm, and teleported them back to Blurnoff's eye store. Lunch was taken at the Leaky Cauldron, where the three asked questions about their summers, education, and hobbies. So which house were you in? Harry asked Alex. She smiled shyly. Not Gryffindor. Lupin raised an eyebrow. Ravenclaw. She shook her head. Hufflepuff. Harry asked. No, Slytherin. They asked at the same time. She bit her lip, holding in laughter brought from their amazed reactions. Yes, and there's no need to shout. A sudden thought occurred to Harry. What did you think of Malfoy? He asked. Alex rolled her eyes. The most annoying, snobby, rude, and self-absorbed wizard I've ever met. Harry and Remus burst out laughing. I'm glad we can agree on something, Harry told her. She joined in on the laughter. After returning to the hideaway some time later, Remus asked Harry what he was going to do for the last 2 weeks of summer. I don't know really, Harry answered thoughtfully. I guess I should visit the order, just so Mrs. Weasley doesn't throw a fit again. Remus chuckled. Very true. Yeah, other than that, just training really. Remus accepted this, and they returned to their game of Muggle chess, which Harry had bought before returning. They waited until the next day, then teleported to Grimmauld Place under Harry's invisibility cloak. Instead of knocking, they let themselves in. Ginny and Ron were playing wizard's chess, Hermione was taking to McGonagall about schoolwork, and Snape was ready. In a book next to the fireplace. No one noticed their arrival. Move your bishop to the left, Harry suggested, standing behind Ginny. The youngest Weasley jumped, knocking the board further towards Ron. Harry laughed. Don't hurt yourself, he joked as the others stared at him and Remus. Ginny stood up and punched him in the arm, since she was unable to reach his shoulder. Nice to see you too, he mumbled, though he'd barely felt it. Wow, twice in 1 week, that's a bloody record, Ron said sarcastically. Harry grinned. I know, amazing isn't it? Ron grinned back. Good tea, see you again mate. Remus went over and spoke with McGonagall, while Hermione came over to greet Harry. Honestly, Harry, you have to stop visiting so often, she said with mock sternness. Harry smiled. Will do. So, what have you been up to lately? Ron groaned. Homework. Hermione's been ruthless. It's not my fault you left your homework to the last minute, she objected. He rolled his eyes. At least we didn't have much ruddy po. Harry elbowed him gently, casually moving his head in Snape's direction. Much ruddy defense homework, Ron finished, ears slightly red. Ginny nodded in agreement. For you maybe, she muttered quiet enough so only they could hear. And for that, I pity you, Ron said sorrowfully. Speaking of defense, any idea who the new professor'll be? Harry asked. Not a clue, Hermione answered. Ron pretended to be shocked. Placing a hand on his chest, Hermione. Did you just say you don't know something? While Hermione smacked Ron playfully on the head, Harry caught what sound. Ed suspiciously like a chuckle come from none other than Snape. Harry pulled Ginny aside as the other two Gryffindors exchanged mock insults. "And how long have they been like this?" he asked her quietly. She grinned. "About 3 weeks. Neither of them has admitted anything yet." They watched the two bicker until Snape got up with an annoyed sigh, grumbling about the noise. On his way out, the book fell out of his pocket. So Harry picked it up and offered it to him. "Here you go, Professor," Harry said. Snape nodded his thanks, then took it and left. The room was dead silent. Harry found every person in the room staring at him in the empty space where Snape had been. "What?" he demanded. Ginny looked at him strangely. "You and Snape in the same room without fighting was okay. You and Snape being civil, that's just not normal." The entire room, including Remus and McGonagall, burst into laughter. Harry blushed furiously. "Thanks for the support. I'm actually trying not to get kicked out of class before it starts," he drawled irritably. This only made them laugh harder. Throwing his hands up in defeat, Harry left the room. Mrs. Weasley was delighted to find him visiting for the day, and Dee immediately began to pester him with questions she hadn't been able to before. Things like, "Have you been eating right? Looking out for yourself?" or "Taking good care of yourself and staying out of trouble?" made Harry want to sigh. But he answered each question with a polite, "Yes, Mrs. Weasley." He spent the evening talking with Fred and George about Weasleys, wizarding wheezes, Charlie about dragons, Bill on ancient curses, and his friends about the upcoming school year. As the order sat down to eat, a pale Mr. Weasley walked into the room. "Arthur." Mrs. Weasley rushed over, looking at Moody and Tonks, who were following behind him. "Is something wrong?" Tonks beamed, and Moody grinned as Mr. Weasley shook his head. "Not really well, yes but, no." "What is he talking about?" Molly asked Tonks. "There's good news and bad news," the lime green-haired witch answered. "What's the bad news?" Bill asked. "The Dementors have left Azkaban, and all the Death Eaters have escaped," Moody growled. "And the good news?" Charlie asked weakly. The two Aurors looked at Weasley Sr. "Fudge has been fired," he announced, "and they've already elected 2 new ministers." Snape was the first to ask, "Who?" Arthur Weasley gulped. "Amelia Bones, and me." The entire order burst into an excited uproar, the Weasley family being the loudest. Ginny and the twins were bouncing around, Ron's jaw dropped, and Bill, Charlie, and Molly all hugged Mr. Weasley, one of the new ministers of magic. Harry couldn't have been happier for them, and joined in the hearty applause that followed. In fact, everyone was too busy congratulating Arthur to notice Snape leave, clutching his forearm, all save Harry of course. After everyone had calmed down and started to eat once more, the order attacked Arthur with questions about the escaped Death Eaters, and how he'd gotten one of the 2 jobs, and why there were 2. From what Harry gathered, the entire ministry voted Fudge out of office once the Death Eaters escaped Azkaban, about 5 hours ago. Arthur and Amelia had been elected soon after Fudge was booted. By a unanimous vote among the employees, it had been a tie. It wasn't completely official, since the Wizengamot still had to verify Arthur's and Amelia's new change in position. As the adults talked business, the teenagers were forced to leave. "One more year," Bill told them with a grin as he shut the dining room doors. The twins disappeared into their bedroom, leaving the younger Gryffindors alone. "Harry, is there something you've been doing besides bookwork?" Ginny asked. "Why?" he replied. "Well, we happened to overhear. You eavesdropped," Harry corrected her boredly. Hermione blushed, but Ginny continued, unfazed. "Right, well, we found out that Snape tried to bring you back here, but you disappeared. I also heard Professor Lupin call you Talon. Any special reason?" "Let's go somewhere else," he murmured, and led his friends up to the room he and Ron had stayed in last summer. Luckily no one else was using it besides Ron this summer. They sat down on one of the beds while Harry stood, thinking of how much to explain. Not the founders, he decided, they'd get confused. They can meet them later. "All right, the disappearing thing," he began. "I inherited an unplottable house from Sirius. It's also got the Fidelius charm on it and I'm the secret keeper. I don't know how to apparate yet," he added mentally, "but whenever I think of Sirius, I'm transported to my new home. If I think of the place I want to go, I'm transported there." but it only works if I'm going to from my hideaway. Quote, sounds like apparition to me, Ron said. Well, there's anti-apparition and disapparition wards for 100 yards, so I don't think it is, Harry replied. As for the name Talon, I got it from this. He pulled out his second map and whispered, the Marauders take care of their own. In honor and loving memory of Moony, Padfoot and Prongs, Talon presents, The Hideaway. Hermione read out loud, so you've got a nickname? Ron asked. Harry nodded, and I finally figured out why it's Talon. Why's that? Ginny piped up. Once in a blue moon, Harry whispered, closing the map. He then made sure no one was in the halls with his X-ray vision. Satisfied, he turned to his friends. You can't tell anybody, okay? They nodded, so Harry turned into his panther form. Hermione gasped. Harry. He turned back to normal. Yes. You're an Animagus. Obviously. He and Ron chorused, then grinned at each other. Ginny looked confused, but still, a panther has claws, not talons. So why are you called Talon? Harry sighed. He'd hoped he wouldn't have to reveal more than one form. That's because I have more than one form, see? He then turned into a phoenix. Ron applauded. Brilliant, mate. Any more? Ginny quipped. Harry rolled his eyes, then transformed into a cobra. After earning some funny looks, Harry returned to human shape. Don't screech at the next one, he warned. They nodded, and he became a werewolf. Oh no, Hermione whispered, you've been bitten. Harry melted back, laughing. Of course not, Hermione. I told you, it's just another one of my forms. Ron joined in with his laughter, having looked at Ginny's horrified face before Harriet explained. After she threatened them with her infamous bad bogey hex, the boys calmed down. How'd you do it? Ron asked. Harry shrugged. It took me a week, thanks to a professional who knew how to evade the long way. Only downside is that you don't get to pick your forms. Want to learn? His friends immediately agreed. Harry put a charm on the door to alert him of anyone approaching, then instructed them as Godric had done for him. Ron had called 3 silvery beings to him in under 10 minutes. Hermione and Ginny both had too, and by then Ron had already identified his mortal creature of light. Looks like a dog, German Shepherd maybe, he said, eyes closed. 20 minutes later, Hermione had her first, an owl. And so did Ginny, a dolphin. You've got a real knack for this, Ron, Harry complimented him as Ron discovered his magical being, a thestral. It took me 3 days to find my 4, and to identify 2 of them. Thanks, mate, Ron said, the tips of his ears red. As a thestral light or dark, Herms? The witch thought about it. I'd say it's in between really. It's classified as a dark creature. But that doesn't make them dark. You should ask Professor Lupin about it. She answered, then turned to Harry. Does he know of your being an Animagus? Harry nodded. Yeah, I showed him during my first visit. Ginny sighed. I can't get the second one to come here, she grumbled. Harry clapped her on the shoulder. Don't fret about it. Like I said, it normally takes a week doing it this way. The alarm charm went off, notifying Harry that someone was on the stairs. Quickly, the 4 began to talk about ideas for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Hermione saying that they should start writing down a schedule. Someone knocked on the door, and Ron said, come on in. Remus entered, though only a step or 2 inside. Harry, I was wondering, do you mind if I spend the night here? I'm somewhat behind on order business, and I'm trying to catch up. Harry noticed that there was a tinge of uneasiness in Moony's voice, so he smiled and said, sure. In fact, I'll sta. Why 2 to make it a record of 3 days in a week? Remus grinned. Thank you, Harry, I'll see you tomorrow. See ya tomorrow, Remus, Harry answered. With a grateful smile, Remus left, closing the door behind him. They didn't practice more Animagus stuff, instead they continued with Quidditch. An hour or 2 later, Ginny was yawning, and Ron started to look tired. Hermione had already gone to bed. Sorry, mate, but I'm bushed, Ron said tiredly. Harry chuckled. Don't worry about it, I'll go to bed in a little while too. It was nice seeing you again so soon, Ginny yawned. Harry laughed. Likewise, Ginny. While Ron went to bed, Harry went downstairs, teleported home, explained the situation to the Founders and Hedwig, and teleported back to Grimmauld Place with the potions. Manual, H. as Occlumency text and the Quidditch book he'd bought. The adults were still locked in the dining room, and Harry didn't even try to eavesdrop as he read chapter 20 in the Occlumency book. He would find out what they talked about eventually. As he got halfway through, Snape returned, his face contorted with pain, and his neck was bleeding badly. Harry dropped his book. "Professor." Snape stumbled, and Harry steadied him. "Headmaster." Snape croaked. Harry helped the potions master into a chair, then ran over to the dining room, and pounded on the door. No one seemed to hear him, so Harry growled his frustration after trying the door knob, which was locked, then turned into a werewolf, and knocked the door down. He was fully human once it fell and all the Order members were staring at him. "Professor Snape says he need the headmaster," Harry answered hurriedly in response to their confused looks. Dumbledore immediately swept past Harry, a concerned expression on his face. "Severus," he said, kneeling beside the younger wizard. "Dark Lord is searching for Potter," Snape said in a raspy voice. "He found out about Potter's disappearance, orders us to search, since last month. Not pleased that we can't find him. But somehow, he knows Potter evaded the Order, and willingly is with the Order now." Snape gave a harsh snort, not happy about that either. "Are you all right?" Dumbledore asked. Snape nodded. "Just a few cuts." The moment Dumbledore had entered, Harry rushed up the stairs and teleported to the hideaway. Running downstairs, Harry grabbed some woodgrass, a pain-relieving potion, and a bottle of Phoenix tears Hedwig had willingly shed. He then teleported back to Grimmauld Place just after Snape gave his report. Dumbledore looked around. "Does anyone know where Poppy is?" "Vacation in America," McGonagall answered. Snape tapped the headmaster's arm. "Magic won't do any good. Dark Lord makes us drink Saldemora potion after punishment." "What's that?" Bill asked. "A potion that causes any magic or potions used on the drinker to change into pain spells and poisons. No magic will help." "What about plants?" Harry asked, holding up the woodgrass. Snape raised an eyebrow. "What good is woodgrass, Potter?" he sneered. Harry shrugged. "None, sir. But crushed woodgrass with Phoenix tears stops bleeding, even really bad injuries." "Where'd you learn that, Harry?" "After Hedwig became a phoenix. I wanted to make sure I could stop the bleeding if something like that ever happened again." Harry replied. Turning back to Snape, he said, "Want to try?" When Dumbledore patted his shoulder, Snape rolled his eyes and muttered, "Fine." Harry crushed the grass in a small bowl, then stood on his knees next to Snape and gently put it over the wound. After that, he dribbled on some of the Phoenix tears. Harry re-corked the bottle, and waited as the woodgrass began to weave in and out of itself, forming a damn bandage. Snape barely twitched at the feel of it moving around on his neck. But some of the Order members turned slightly green or grimaced, watching uneasily. Finally, the grass stopped moving, and the blood stopped coming. "Looks like it worked," Charlie said. Snape nodded, if reluctantly. Harry, knowing it would only embarrass Snape if he said thank you to Harry, went upstairs and teleported back home so he could put the potion and Phoenix tears back. By now Harry was getting sleepy, so he teleported straight to Ron's room at Grimmauld Place and fell into one of the beds, fast asleep. For the first time that summer, Harry had a dream. He watched as his Death Eaters apparated to his side. Their masks glinted with the moon's light, their robes billowed gently in the wind. One by one they came up and kissed the hem of his robes. Finally, all 53 Death Eaters were present. "Welcome, my snakes. The time to act draws closer with each passing night," he began, rising from his throne. In response, every Death Eater kneeled. "But first, we must awaken our allies. The Dementors have returned, and many more shall follow. We must send a group to the Giants by the next full moon," he ordered, and a group to the werewolves gathered in the Shadow Valley. "The next group will seek out the vampires scattered throughout Britain, and the rest shall continue the search for the boy." "Understood." "Yes, my lord," the Death Eaters replied in unison. "Now go. Complete these tasks, and you shall be given your just reward. But fail, and you will be punished." "Yes, my lord," they replied again. They disapparated, but only after he shouted, "Crucio!" and they all writhed in pain from the curse. Once they left, he laughed and his laughter was carried high on the northern winds, and past the stars. Harry was shaken awake as he screamed silently, pain coursing through his scar. "Wake up, Potter!" Harry dazedly opened his eyes, and stopped screaming. It was Moody. The Auror sighed, and removed the silencing spell on Harry. "Sorry, sir," Harry whispered. Moody nodded. "It's all right, lad. I'm just glad I saw you before you started screaming." Harry smiled weakly. "I'm sure Ron'll be happy too." Moody chuckled. "What kind of dream was it? I'm not sure it could be real. But it might not be." Moody thought for a few moments. "Well, it won't hurt to know." At this, Harry repeated what he saw, word for word. Moody wasn't happy. "Any names?" Harry shook his head. "No names, but I did see the sky." Grabbing a piece of parchment, a quill, and ink from Ron's beside table, Harry sketched out the stars and constellations, in the exact places he'd seen them. "Lad, no offense, but what will we do with a map of stars?" Moody asked. Harry looked at him. "Haven't you ever used stars to find your location?" Moody shook his head. Harry kept his laughter in, and voice down, so as not to wake Ron. "Well, from each place on the Earth, the stars look different. They appear in different places. The southern hemisphere has different constellations than the ones we're used to. Since I could see Orion, I know that the dream I had was in the northern hemisphere." He pointed at the constellations. "If you get a professional astrologist to look at this, they might be able to tell you where it was seen from, judging on the angles of the constellations." A spark lit in Moody's normal eye. "And then we might be able to tell where these buggers are meeting." He growled. Harry nodded, and handed the map over. "Thanks, Potter. Be careful, and I'll pass the message on to Dumbledore." "Have you had any other dreams?" "Nope. This is the only one for the entire summer so far," Harry answered. Moody then exited with a nod, and left Harry alone. Since he couldn't sleep, Harry went downstairs to read the books he'd brought with him earlier. He sat down in an armchair next to the fireplace, and conjured a light globe to read by. Someone had neatly stacked his 3 books on the end table, and Harry reached for the top one, then opened it. Startled, Harry realized that this one wasn't his. It was a photo album. Closing it, he looked at the front. The cover was dark green leather, with a black spine and black, metal clasps. In the center W, as stamped 2 snakes entwining around a crossed wand and thorny rose. Must be the family crest, he thought, and opened it again. The first picture showed a grim-looking family of 4, all with straight, black hair. A tall sturdy man with a large nose had an arm around the shoulders of a woman. She had a plush mouth, and a softer expression than her husband. A young boy with his hair cut an inch or so above his shoulders sat on a stool in front of the woman. He shared the same nose as the older man. With a jolt, Harry realized he was looking at a 10-year-old Severus Snape. To his surprise, there wasn't any trace of a sneer or malice in the young Snape's eyes. On another stool in front of Snape's father sat a girl who looked about the same age as Snape, and also shared the same black hair and eyes. Her nose was smaller like their mother's, and, unlike the rest, she wasn't pale, but suntanned even in the black and white photograph, and she had a mischievous, friendly smile in her eyes. Huh, Harry wondered, and turned to the next page, curious. The 2 kids raced around on brooms, waving at the photographer as they zoomed by. The girl was gleefully pushing Snape into a pond on the next page. Snape then pulled her in with a soundless laugh. The following ages were of Snape and the girl playing Quidditch, a Christmas celebration with Snape, the girl and their mother, Snape's birthday. After that came pictures of Snape and the girl opening Hogwarts letters, them standing next to the Hogwarts Express, and a picture of the 2 standing with their friends on the steps of Hogwarts. Harry recognized Lucius Malfoy, Bellatrix Lestrange, and Rockwood standing on one side with Snape, along with several other Slytherins. They all looked about 12 or so. On the other half, Harry saw people that shocked him. The girl was in Slytherin Quidditch robes, but she stood next to a Ravenclaw, a Hufflepuff, and 3 Gryffindors that Harry knew: Sirius, Remus and Harry's mother, Lily. No way in hell, Harry thought as they smiled up at him from the picture. Even though Snape stood next to the girl, it was clear that he was friends with only her and the Slytherins, which made sense. He doesn't even look angry, Harry thought with amazement, not even that close to 2 of the Marauders. Shaking his head, he turned to the next page. It was a picture of the 2 in a potions class, E-girl was running away with her arms over her head in a mock look of fear as Snape carefully added something to his cauldron. Harry fought his laughter down, smiling as he looked through the next pages. The two got older as Harry went on. Then, halfway through, the picture stopped. He turned quickly back to the last picture. The girl was sitting outside on the grass, then got up and stretched with a yawn. Snape crept up behind her, then jumped on her back. With a laugh, she dropped and somersaulted, flinging Snape off. She then wrapped her arm around his neck, and started to mess up his hair. Still laughing as Snape tried fruitlessly to escape. When she did release him, she put her arm around Snape's shoulders, and they both laughed. Snape's happy. Harry realized, who is this girl? He asked himself, as the picture began to replay. Selena. Harry twisted sharply in the chair to find Severus Snape standing right behind him. Sir, I'm sorry Harry stopped when he saw that Snape's eyes weren't angry, but sad as he looked at the album in Harry's lap. Was she a relative of yours? Harry asked instead. Snape nodded. My sister, twin sister actually. Harry stared at the floor to cover his astonishment. Snape had a sister. What happened? Harry asked quietly. Snape's eyes remained on the photograph, but grew clouded and bitter as he thought. When he answered, his voice was quiet, angry and the smallest bit sad. It was the summer after our 3rd year, and we'd just gotten home when we found our father waiting for us outside. Somehow, Selena had angered Lucius and he, let slip, in a letter to his father that Selena was friends with a mudblood, a werewolf, a traitor, and several cowards. Lucius Sr. immediately told our own father. He'd always thought Selena was weak, when she was really the only decent one in the family. He grimaced, and now he had proof, as he called it, that she was weak. After admitting to befriending the people Lucius had mentioned, Selena was given a choice. Either we would move, leaving her behind, or banishment from the Snape family. The head Slytherin's voice grew tight. She chose banishment. And once she left that day, I never heard from her again. Why? Our father told Selena that, if she ever talked to, wrote, or was seen with a Snape, he would kill me. The potions master answered, and his eyes and voice returned to normal, complete with the usual sneer. You will not repeat this discussion to anyone, Potter. No students, no order members, no teachers, no one, understand? Harry nodded, gave him the album, then asked Ed one more question as the professor began to leave. Sir, or did your parents die? Snape hesitated. Yes. Harry lay awake for several more hours in his bed, thinking about Snape and his sister. Why had Snape told Harry anything? Why hadn't the Slytherin lashed out at him for invading his privacy once more? These questions and more swirled mercilessly through his head, and showed no signs of letting up. After remembering the group picture, Harry made up his mind, and fell asleep at last. Ginny and Hermione appeared in the boys' room early the next morning, eager for more Animagus training. Even Ron didn't groan about his lost sleep at this. But instead of helping them reveal their forms, Harry coached them in focusing on their totems quickly. An hour later, most of the others in Grimmauld Place were up. And the 4 stopped for the day. After a wonderful breakfast of waffles and bacon made by Mrs. Weasley, Harry pulled Remus aside. I need to talk to you later in Buckbeak's room, and alone, okay? Remus nodded. I'll be there in 10 minutes, Talon. Harry then left his guardian to talk with McGonagall, who'd just come over. He nodded slightly in greeting to Snape as he passed, who barely dipped his head in response. Black eyes unreadable. After a brief chat with Tonks, Harry casually made his way upstairs. Once in the room, he greeted Buckbeak, and pet him until Moony arrived. What is it? Harry cast another jumbling charm on the room. Do you remember a girl called Selena? Harry noticed that Remus gained a faraway look in his eyes. Yes, nice girl, especially since she was in Slytherin. Why do you ask? Taking a breath, Harry answered, I think she's why Professor Snape is so bitter. Remus blinked in surprise. What makes you think that? After making Remus promise not to repeat a word, Harry explained the conversation he'd had with Snape last night. So, what is it you're wondering? Lupin asked once Harry finished. Well, if you knew anything about where she went after she was banished. Remus scratched his chin thoughtfully. I have a few letters from her somewhere, and a couple from her friends. I'll try to dig something up if you like. But, What's the occasion? Harry grinned shyly. Maybe a family reunion would make potions easier. Remus laughed, and Harry returned to the hideaway 10 minutes later. He apologized to Hedwig and the founders for being away, and his lessons instantly resumed. By tomorrow he would be able to try his first real apparition, and Harry went to bed content. After his midday lessons with Helga and Rowena, Harry was joined by Remus, who was still having a little trouble teleporting. I think I've found something, his guardian said. Already? Harry asked, impressed. Remus nodded. I think she's at her second school, teaching. Where's that? Durmstrang. Moony answered firmly. One of her friends from Ravenclaw House visited her last year. We can only hope she didn't leave. Harry thought about it. Well, would you mind if we went to see tomorrow? He asked. I know it's short notice, but the sooner the better, Remus finished. I'd like to see her again myself. You know, I think she was one of the few who knew I was a werewolf before James and Sirius did. Harry nodded in understanding. I've got to let the founder know we'll be gone tomorrow. Remus smiled. I'll pack for both of us, 2 days should be enough. The founders were slightly put out that Harry would be leaving again so soon, but once Harry explained his reasons, Salazar quickly convinced the others not to mind it so much. His apparition went well, but he had to go into the woods a ways, and then try. He was only able to apparate 10 feet away. Before going to bed at the end of the day, he set out his clothes for the next day. He'd decided to wear his black dragonhide boots, his vest, which would go under his dark blue t-shirt, an everyday, dark blue cloak, and a pair of jeans, along with his 2 wand holsters and the knife in its sheath. Feeling ready, Harry collapsed onto his bed, and fell into a thankfully dreamless sleep. He was woken by Remus a little after dawn. Sorry I overslept, he mumbled. Don't worry Talon, there's no need to rush. Lupin answered. Breakfast is downstairs, so is your bag. Thanks Moony, Harry said with a tired smile. Remus left, and Harry got dressed. He pulled his hair back once more, trimmed it a little, then joined Lupin in the dining room. They ate, while Remus told a few stories about Selena. Wonderful beater, he said as they cleaned up, great competition for Padfoot. The number of times he swore or cursed her for blocking one of his bludgers were uncountable. After shrinking their bags, Harry got out his broom, and gave it to Remus. I'll fly, he explained, but as a phoenix. They've got great endurance and speed really. Lupin shrugged, all right, but we'll stop if you get even the smallest bit tired. We don't need a phoenix dropping out of the sky and onto an unfortunate muggle's head. Harry laughed, and they went outside to begin their journey to Durmstrang. Harry warned Remus not to kick off too hard, and Lupin told him he was glad he listened once they were airborne. Harry was able to fly at roughly 60 mph, so Remus made sure to keep an even pace with him. After 3 hours, Harry perched on the broom behind Moony. Want to go faster? Remus asked. Harry trilled a yes, smiling. Lupin urged the broom to at least 150 miles per hour, much to Harry's enjoyment as he clutched onto the broom with all his might. They rode for 5 more hours at that speed, and it was enough to make it into an extremely snowy area with hundreds of mountains. They then went down to 60 miles per hour again. Hey Remus, can you hear me? Harry asked mentally, a phoenix technique he hoped would work. Yes Harry, Remus answered aloud. You sound like my conscience though it's rather strange. Harry laughed, it came out at a cheerful, upbeat song. Right, well, where is Durmstrang? I'm sorry to say that I'm not allowed to tell you that it's in Russia. Lupin answered innocently. Harry sang his laughter a second time. After 2 more hours of flying and shar-ing stories about anything and everything, Remus sent out a shower of gold sparks as they circled over a mountain near a lake. A shower of silver sparks answered, and Harry transfigured back to human as Remus ordered, and rode double on the broom with his guardian. 2 people appeared on brooms out of nowhere. Your name and business? The gruff-looking wizard asked. I am Remus Lupin, come to see Selena Eppins. Moony answered. Your name and business? The witch asked Harry. I'm Harry Potter, and I also came to see Selena Eppins. He answered calmly. The 2 inspectors nodded, and shot copper sparks out of their wands. Seconds later, bronze sparks flew out of the mountain, and it vanished, revealing an enormous castle just a tiny bit larger than Hogwarts. Silently, the two inspectors ordered Remus and Harry to the front doors, which were 20 feet tall and made of mahogany and copper. The doors opened, and the new headmaster was standing in the entryway, waiting for them. He didn't look much like Karkaroff, with his graying brown hair and intelligent, amber eyes. "I welcome you to Durmstrang. I am Headmaster Ilfgaunt, and history professor of this school. How may I help you? I am Remus Lupin, and the guardian of Harry Potter, who is with me. We would like to see Selena Eppins, if you would let us." Moony answered, offering a hand to shake. The headmaster to it, and also shook Harry's hand. "I shall personally take you to her," he replied. "She is currently in the dungeons, I believe, getting ready." "Sir, if I may ask, what's she preparing for?" Talon asked. Ilfgaunt sighed, and led them out of the hall. "Unfortunately, she had resigned from her post of teaching at our school. I believe she is creating one last batch of healing potions as we speak," he explained. "You see, she came here for her 4th year of education, and by the time she graduated, our potions teacher had left. I asked her what she planned to do for a job, and she asked to fill that role, after she took the test that would certify her as a potions mistress. Now, she is leaving, wants to travel. She mentioned Germany, Australia, and the United States, I believe." "Was she going to visit Britain?" Harry asked. Ilfgaunt shook his head. "No. She is saddened by it, though not a soul knows why." "Ah, here we are." Harry and Remus had been too absorbed in Ilfgaunt's talking to notice the well-lit dungeons they'd traveled into. "She prefers quiet when she works, so please don't speak too loud," Ilfgaunt told them, then knocked on the door. "Enter," came a woman's voice. The headmaster opened the door, and led them in. Selena Eppins had her back to them, and was stirring a cauldron with one hand while pouring ingredients into her cauldron with the other. She didn't even look at what she picked up, even after hesitating at 3 vials before deciding on one. "I'll be with you in a moment, headmaster, and guests," she told them. 2 ingredients later, she turned the stove down, allowing the potion to cool. Stepping back, she took out the ponytail that kept her shoulder-length ebony hair out of the way. Selena then turned around, and greeted Ilfgaunt with a small nod. "Is there something you needed, sir?" He shook his head. "No, actually, besides a new potions teacher," he teased subtly, "but these 2 gentlemen asked to see you." She looked thoughtfully, then confusedly, at Lupin's face. "Remus." Harry's guardian smiled. "Hello, Selena," he said, stepping forward. She smiled back, and hugged him. "It's good to see you again," she said once they'd released each other. "Same to you," Lupin replied. Selena then looked at Harry, and crossed her arms. "I am guessing the most unlikely pair of James Potter and Lily Evans got married." Harry couldn't help liking Snape's twin immediately. "Yeah, they were my parents," he answered. A shadow entered her already dark eyes. "What happened?" she asked as Ilfgaunt silently exited the room. "They were murdered by Voldemort," Harry answered quietly. "And Sirius?" she asked softly, looking at Remus. "He died too, in a fight against Voldemort's followers," the werewolf answered, voice tight. She sat down on a stool that was behind her, and covered her face with a hand. "Damn you, Tom," she cursed bitterly. "I take it Peter's alive." Remus grimaced. "Unfortunately, he's responsible for James's and Lily's deaths. I never could bring myself to believe it when I heard Sirius had betrayed them and murdered Peter," she said, then looked at Harry. "I apologize about Sirius and your parents. I was not friends with James, but we were not enemies either. Your mother, though, she was one of my best friends." Selena closed her eyes. Has anything happened to him?" she whispered. "Severus is alive," Remus answered, clearly to her relief. "Has he changed much?" "He can be a git sometimes," Harry muttered. "What do you mean by that, Mr. Potter?" Harry's face tinged with color. "Well, after you left Hogwarts, in their 5th year, my dad embarrassed Professor Snape really bad. And now, since I look like my dad, Professor Snape hated me since my first day at Hogwarts." Selena shook her head. "That doesn't sound like him." Harry took a nervous breath. Professor Eppins, we came here for another reason too." She raised an eyebrow. "And what is that?" "He told me your parents died," Harry said quietly. "That means you can go back, and see your brother." She didn't answer, so Harry pushed on. I think he needs your help. He ended up becoming a Death Eater, then he became a spy for the Order, a group of people fighting against Voldemort. More than half the time he comes back injured, Remus added. He risks his life at every meeting. On both sides. And I thought I was the reckless one, she muttered at her hands, then looked up. All right. I'll leave with you. The headmaster of Durmstrang was disappointed to see her leave, but cheered up the smallest bit when she said she'd trained a replacement, saving him some work. He still was sorry to see her go. She had only a black leather duffel bag containing her belongings, and she shrunk it as they stepped outside. Remus got Harry's broom, and Harry himself turned into his phoenix form. Selena told them she need to go to her house first, then transformed into a black, silver-eyed Thestral and leapt into the air. Talon and Moony followed her for 2 hours, and the sun was setting by the time they reached her house. It was a bit smaller than the Dursleys, but bigger than an apartment. Since it's dark already, you're welcome to stay the night, she told them, opening the door after returning to human form. Thank you, Selena, Remus answered. Thanks, Ms. Eppins, Harry said, or is it Professor? Her mouth twitched in a smile. Professor will be fine. The walls, floor, and trim were blue, green and white respectively. There are 2 guest rooms on the right, she told them, and the washroom is right across. The study is upstairs next to my room. The kitchen and dining rooms are down the left hall. They thanked her again, and went into their rooms. Harry woke the next morning, and changed into a black robe, another pair of jeans, and a gray t-shirt. He wore the boots and vest again. He found Remus and Selena already in the dining room, talking as they finished their eggs. Good morning, Harry, Lupin greeted. Morning, Remus, morning, Professor. He answered, and sat down across from them. Selena pushed a plate of eggs towards him. Oh, you don't mind pepper, she said. He thanked her and said he didn't mind, then began to eat. After he finished, they cleaned up and Selena went upstairs to get her bag. I've got an idea, Harry said. What's that? Remus asked. We could just go back to the hideaway, then teleport to headquarters. Do you mind taking her there? Harry shrugged. I can do it fast enough that she won't notice we went to 2 places. I did it with Alex before. Remus smiled. All right, drop us off in the living room, would you? I'm still not quite used to teleporting. Harry nodded as Selena came back down the stairs. Harry is going to do a spell that will get us there quicker, Remus told her. It might feel strange, but we'll reach headquarters in a matter of seconds. She nodded. So that's why you're a phoenix, Mr. Potter. Huh? Harry asked, confused. Phoenixes are masters of transportation, she told him. They can move faster than any other creature or thing known to the magical and Muggle worlds. Oh, I get it, thanks, he said. She nodded. Harry put a hand on Remus' arm, and Remus put a hand on Selena's shoulder. Harry counted to 3, then teleported all of them. Before their feet even touched the ground at Black Manor, Harry teleported them to the living room in Grimmauld Place. Can you see it? Remus asked Selena, who nodded. Fidelius charm, she asked. Yeah, Harry answered. Murmurs came through the door leading to the dining room, drawing the arrivals' gazes to it. They're probably still at breakfast, Remus said. It's only 7 after all. Selena nodded, silent as she pulled her black robes closer to herself. Do you want to go in there, Professor? Harry asked, or should I get him? I will go in, she replied. Explanations need to be made only once. Harry nodded, and opened the door, eager to see Snape's reaction. All of the Order wasn't there, but Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Tonks, Moody, Hermione and the Weasleys were. Bloody hell, mate. 4 times in 1 week. Ron exclaimed as Harry and Remus entered. When Selena came in, all the Order members jumped out of their seats. Wands pointed at her. What did you do now, Potter? Snape hissed. As Harry opened his mouth to reply, Selena put a hand on his shoulder to stop him. I will explain, she said quietly, and took a step forward. Not even blinking at the 9 wands pointed at her chest, Selena whipped out her own wand and tossed it to Moody in one movement. The grizzled Auror caught it, and then she disarmed herself further. She dropped 5 concealed knives onto the table, and set several potion-filled vials on the table also. Careful with those, she said as Dumbledore picked them up. He nodded and handed the bottles to Snape for inspection. The last thing she set on the table was a second, holstered wand. As Tonks picked it up and began to take it out, Selena reached for it. "Don't," she began. But Tonks kept pulling. Luckily, Dumbledore snatched the holster from Tonks' grip before she could completely take it out. Harry assumed there was an alarm or trap set on it in case it was stolen. "Anything else?" Moody growled, magical eye whizzing over everything. Selena looked at her possessions. Bag. She pulled out a deck of cards from her robe pocket, and touched a finger to the lid, causing it to transform back into her duffel. "That is everything," she said in a bland voice. "What? No pets?" Remus joked, though none of the order had lowered their wands. She raised an eyebrow. "I hate pets. You should know that by now." "What's your business?" Moody growled. "Your name, and how the hell you get here?" She crossed her arms. "Visiting, Eppins, and Harry Potter respectively." "Eppins," Bill repeated. She nodded. "Not one I know. Anyone else?" Hermione raised a timid hand. "Yes, Ms. Granger." McGonagall said. "Well, during last summer, I'd gotten a few letters from Victor Crumb. He mentioned his potions teacher at Durmstrang was called Eppins," she said, blushing as Ron looked at her. "Victor was a good student," Selena commented. "Better at spells than potions, I'm afraid." Snape looked at her carefully. "What is the third requirement of the Master's exam?" he asked. She raised an eyebrow. "There are only two, the third is optional." He nodded. "What is your first name?" She thoughtfully tapped her chin. "What was it again?" she muttered, earning several wary looks. "Ah yes, only one color but not one size, stuck at the bottom yet easily flies. Present in sun, but not in rain. Doing no harm, and feeling no pain. What in the name of Merlin is that supposed to mean?" Moody growled. All the others were thinking the same thing except Snape. He'd taken a step back and lowered his wand. Surprise and doubt was written all over his face. "Severus," Selena greeted, a crooked smile on her face. Charlie caught the vials as Snape dropped them. "Selena," Snape whispered. She nodded, and Harry noticed the mischievous gleam he'd seen in the picture of her family return to her eyes. She looked much like she had then. With a grin, Selena offered a hand. Snape braced himself, then hesitantly took it after saying, "Watch out," to Remus. Lupin moved out of the way as Selena sent her brother flying over her. To everyone's surprise, Snape was doing something no one had lived to tell about since his third year. Severus Snape was laughing. Selena joined in the laughter and caught Snape with one arm to keep him from crashing into the other room. She hugged her twin, oblivious to the stares the others were giving them, Harry and Remus included. "You still can't reverse it," she teased, releasing him. "And you are still predictable," Snape retorted, a smile appearing on his face for the first time in many years. She smiled back, and the others were visibly startled at the similarity between the two. Selena was 2 inches shorter than Snape's near 6 feet, and wasn't as pale. But they both shared the same build, mouth and jaw. Their speech was even similar, precise in tone and words. "I honestly didn't think I would see you again," she told her brother quietly. Then made a face when she had to tilt her head up a tiny bit to meet Snape's eyes. "Who's the short one now?" he asked, noticing her reaction. Selena sneered at her brother, though her heart wasn't in it. And Harry noticed it was the same sneer as Snape's. Ron also noticed this, because he jerked back in his chair with a, "Whoa." The two siblings both snapped their heads in Ron's direction, and both went for their wands. Simultaneously, they hid their embarrassment quickly as they remembered that there were others in the room, staring at them in shock. Snape released his wand, and cleared his throat. "This is Selena, my twin sister," he explained, avoiding their eyes. "Some of you might remember her. She left after our 3rd year." "Good gracious, are you really?" Arthur Weasley asked, lowering his wand. She nodded. "I don't know why I didn't recognize you," McGonagall said, the tiniest of smiles appearing on her face. Selena shrugged. "I was not expecting you to, Professor," she replied. Harry was amused to see that Ron, Hermione, Ginny and the Weasley twins were staring, open-mouthed, at the two Snapes. Selena fidgeted with the sleeve of her robes as she looked at Dumbledore, who was observing her, his eyes twinkling in full force. "Is there something you wanted, Headmaster?" she asked. He beamed. "How did you know?" You have the same look, Headmaster. Ylvgant had when he asked me what I was planning to do for a job, she answered, somewhat stiffly. We headmasters are all alike, wouldn't you agree? Dumbledore asked innocently. Selena let escape a tiny sigh. What job is it? She asked tiredly. Remus chuckled when Dumbledore didn't answer right away. My old one, that I resigned from. Lupin said. She raised an eyebrow, and then looked at her brother. Which would be? Defense against the dark arts. Snape answered. Those not in the order were shooed from the room, including Harry. Fred and George disappeared into their room once again. The trio and Ginny remained in the living room. So mate, why'd you go out and search for Snape's sister? Ron asked as they sat down. Harry sighed. Well, I figured she was the reason Snape's so bitter. And bringing her here ought to make potions more bearable, hopefully. Ron and Ginny laughed. Good luck with that one, mate. Ron cried. Is there another reason, Harry? Hermione inquired. He bent over and uneasily whispered into her ear about the family tree he'd found. Her eyes went wide. Are you serious? She whispered, while the two Weasleys continued to laugh. Harry nodded. Unfortunately. He'll kill me if he finds out though. Hermione giggled. Oh, I can imagine the look on his face. She cried gleefully. I won't tell though. Thanks. Harry replied gratefully. Would you calm down already? Charlie said in exasperation as he stuck his head out the door. I swear, you're worse than newborn Chinese fireballs. Ron and Ginny kept laughing until the older Weasley quietly threw a 10 to being Snape out there to have a nice chat. They stopped instantly. Ginny went to find the twins. Ron and Hermione played chess while they talked, and Harry wrote a letter to Alex, explaining what he'd been up to lately. And asking how she'd been. Hedwig appeared on top the fireplace just as Harry finished. He chuckled. You're a smart girl, he told her. I don't know what I'd do without you. She trilled her pleasure, and took the letter with a burst of flame. Several moments later, the adults came out of the dining room, Selena racing for the stairs with Snape right behind her, an annoyed look on his face. What was that about? Harry asked Remus. Lupin chuckled. Severus mentioned the wolfsbane potion he was making for me, and Selena went to nitpick at it to make sure he didn't botch it completely, as she said. Quote, but he's one of the best at it, Harry said. There's nothing to pick at. McGonagall came over, a wicked grin on her face. Don't tell Severus the First told you this. But Selena was the one who taught him everything he knows about potions. She'll find something to nag him about, I guarantee it. He stared at his two professors, who both nodded. It's true, Remus said. Harry began to laugh. Harry spent the mornings and afternoons of his last 4 days before school at the hideaway with the founders, and his evenings at Grimmauld Place with his friends. GHT before they would travel back to Hogwarts, Harry found Dumbledore alone in the dining room. Taking a breath, Harry went in. Good evening, Harry, Dumbledore said. Evening, Professor, Harry replied, and sat down. Is there something wrong? The headmaster asked. He shook his head. No, just something that needs to be clarified. Harry looked in the older man's eyes. Sir, I know it's been a rough summer with Voldemort, the Death Eaters, and me disappearing, but I wanted to talk to you about what you said when I first showed back up, what you said about trust. You see, Professor, you didn't completely lose it, a lot of it, yes. But not all. You mainly lost me. I still trust you some. You're my headmaster, and we're on the same side. I can take care of myself. This summer has proved that. You've helped me out for my entire life, thanks. But if we're going to win this war, it's going to take more than me trusting you. Professor, to win this war, you have to trust me. I need you to believe that I can make decisions for myself. I value your advice, sir. You're one of the best wizards out there, but some things I've got to do for myself. Like the prophecy, it says I have to kill Voldemort, or I have to die by Voldemort. No one else can do that, no one but me. If I don't make my own choice at some point in time, this war will never end. Dumbledore looked at Harry with a mix of sadness and respect. You've grown into a great wizard, Harry, he said. You've learned things in your 16 years that have taken others hundreds to understand. We do disagree on some things, and that is something I understand. And now I can see how this war is going from your point of view. Thank you. Harry nodded. You're welcome, Headmaster. Thank you for hearing me out. With that, he got up, and went upstairs. He was going up to Ron's room to make sure he had everything he needed from the hideaway, when someone pulled him into the room opposite Snape. "Did you need something, sir?" Harry asked, massaging the shoulder Snape had grabbed. The potions master crossed his arms. "What I say will not be repeated, unlike the conversation we had earlier." Harry straightened with a slight tinge of color on his cheeks. And Snape continued, "All I am going to say is this." He stopped, hesitant, and Harry got the idea Snape wasn't really comfortable doing this. "Thank you for finding Selena." Harry froze. Snape just thanked him. Snape turned away and began to pack, leaving Harry still staring. "Are you planning to stand there all night, Potter? Or do you think others' privacy is beneath you?" Back to normal, Harry thought with an inner smile, and left quickly. Coming up, belated birthday. The Hogwarts Express. Power the Dark Lord knows not. Molly Weasley woke them all at dawn, or rather tried to. Ron and Harry just groaned and rolled over, stuffing their heads under pillows. Normally Harry wouldn't mind getting up at that time, but he'd made several trips to the hideaway to prepare for Hogwarts. Only to find that all his stuff wouldn't fit in his trunk. With a huff, Mrs. Weasley left, muttering about sending Snape in to wake them. Ron jumped out of bed with a cry of, "No!" And Harry was already back asleep. Unfortunately, since he didn't hear Mrs. Weasley's threat, he didn't know that she was being serious. A minute or two later, Harry had a bucket of water dumped on him by Selena, while Snape shouted, "Up, Potter!" Quote, in his surprise, Harry instinctively shot a stunner at the two professors. Selena blocked it with a cackle, and they left, leaving Harry to dry off. Annoyed, Harry used a drying charm to get the water out of his hair and clothing. He put on a pair of jeans, a dark blue t-shirt, his dragonhide boots and vest, and his leather jacket. He combed his hair back into a ponytail, and went downstairs, muttering darkly in Parseltongue about rude awakenings. As he reached the landing, a loud surprise met his ears. "Expelliarmus!" he shouted instantly in Parseltongue. Startled for the second time that morning, everyone's wands flew from them, except Selena and Moody, who had both gotten out of the way in time. Blushing as they laughed, Harry lowered his wand, and put it back in the holster he'd strapped to his arm. "You're almost as jumpy as Mad Eye," Ginny muttered. "Happy belated birthday, Harry." Thanks, Ginny," Harry said. Smiling nervously, he returned the wands that had flown in his direction. "Sorry about the spell," he told them. "What was that?" Ron asked. "Parslow's magic, I believe," Selena answered. "You are a Parslowmouth, correct, Mr. Potter?" Harry nodded. "Thanks for the shower," he added darkly. She nodded, straight-faced. "You're welcome." "Well, come on, mate, open your presents," Ron exclaimed, steering Harry towards the dining room. Most everyone, but Snape and Eppins, followed, still chuckling from Harry's reaction. A pile of presents were on the chair where he usually sat. Harry stared at them until the twins pushed him towards the gifts. "Come on, Slowpoke," they chorused. The first gift was from Hermione. It was a book, not surprising, on professional Quidditch tactics and techniques. It was much better than the one he already had. From the Weasleys was a new watch to replace his broken one. Hagrid had sent him a trunk that would hold up to 500 pounds of items, but it wouldn't get any bigger or heavier. Remus' gift was the last. It was a dark red and tan photo album of the Marauders' many exploits. It also contained photographs of James's many attempts to get Lily to go out with him. Harry smiled at all of them. "Thanks," he said. "You know, since it's more than just me, this is my first birthday party. Expect plenty more, mate," Ron said cheerfully, while the adults looked at each other in surprise. Mrs. Weasley made chocolate chip waffles for everyone, and Tonks tried to help in making the sausage. After she burned the first batch, Selena excused herself with a sigh from the conversation she was having with Snape, and went to save the rest of the sausage. "I didn't know you could cook," Remus joked. She nodded. "It's amazing the things one learns on their own," she answered. Snape glared at Remus, who in return set out the plates, head bowed in silent apology. Harry carried his present upstairs and repacked his bag while Hermione helped Tonks to set the rest of the table. Hagrid's gift was incredibly useful. Harry conjured up some separators so he could make compartments for separate things. After he was finished, he jogged back down the stairs, nearly running into Snape, who was bringing his own bag down. And made it just in time to see Tonks trip over a chair, sending the forks she'd been holding into the air. Laughing, Harry ducked behind another chair, and accidentally let Selena, who was carrying a platter of sausages, get stabbed by them. Eppin swore loudly, and quickly jumped out of the way of Tonks, who came sprawling towards her. Harry didn't stop laughing until Elena, accidentally, hit him with a minor stinging hex. Harry could have sworn Snape complimented his twin on the hex under his breath as she set the platter down. Harry glared at the two, rubbing his arm where the curse had hit him. Selena smirked and told him quietly, "Be thankful I'm in a good mood." "Sure," Harry muttered in Parslatongue, then sat down with his friends to eat. "Come on, or you'll get stuck in a compartment of first years," Ginny said, pulling her trunk towards the Hogwarts Express. The adults had their own means of getting to Hogwarts, but Tonks had been sent along as a guard until the students left. "Don't worry about it, Ginny," Hermione said. "If we do get in a compartment with first year, we can tell them what to expect. Some might even decide they want to be in Gryffindor." The two witches argued about it, while Ron and Harry stored their luggage and got onto the train. Ron left for the prefect's cabin, a bit red around the ears, and Harry found a compartment it actually only had Luna and Neville in it. "Hi Neville," Harry greeted. "Hi Luna." "Hiya Harry," Neville replied. "Hello Harry," Luna said, then went back to reading the newest issue of the Quibbler. Harry sat down next to Neville, and pulled out the gift he'd wrapped. "Sorry it's kind of late," Harry said, "but I wanted to wish you a happy birthday." Neville's face glowed as he saw the title. "Gee, thanks Harry," he exclaimed, and eagerly flipped through it. Harry smiled, and got out the book Hermione had given him, then began to read. An hour into the train ride, Harry realized something. D.D. Malfoy hadn't made his annual appearance. Weird, he thought. I don't know if that's a good thing, or a bad thing. Thinking of Malfoy made Harry think of the escaped Death Eaters, then Voldemort, and finally, about the prophecy. The one phrase that dwelled in his thoughts more than the rest was, "And he will have a power the Dark Lord knows not." What power? Did he already have it? Or did he have yet to gain it? Still thinking about the unknown power, Harry went and changed into his robes, refastened the holsters and sheath, and then returned to the cabin still pondering. "Hey Harry," Neville called, "we're here." Startled, Harry looked out the window to see Hogwarts, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. His 6th year had begun.